Hello, everyone, and welcome to Radical Democracy. I'm your host, Kamali Rose. It is Sunday, September 20th, 2020. Thank you so much for being here with us today. As always, big shout out to our entire Patreon community for all of their support in keeping this show alive. Also, shout out to anyone that has tipped us on coffee as well. We do appreciate all the financial support that we can get. If you haven't done so already, please immediately hit the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel already, and if it's not too annoying, you can hit that bell and choose all so that you can receive notifications anytime we go live or launch a new video, and you're going to want to do that. So today we have a lot to get to. Unfortunately, I wanted to do this stream on Friday and I fell a little ill. It came along to the weather, and so couldn't do the stream Friday. We would have been live Friday night when the news about RBG broke. And so that's Ruth Bader Ginsburg, of course. And so unfortunately did not get to do that stream and did not get to react to that breaking news. So we're going to do that today and also talk about the 2019 poverty report that was recently released by the U.S. Census Bureau, as well as the recent story that came to light about there was a whistleblower at ICE, a nurse at ICE who whistle blew and made public that they were performing some forced sterilizations, forced hysterectomies on women in ICE concentration camps here in the US. And so we are going to talk about that and the history of eugenics here in the United States. There's been a lot of, we'll get to that story soon. So we'll also hopefully be joined by my fellow, my comrade from Race Fist Media, Kwame Norville, should hopefully be joining us at some point as a guest on tonight's show. So we'll look out for Kwame a little bit later, and he will be here to just join me to discuss some of those stories and just chat about some of the recent news on sort of racial justice issues in the United States recently that have come up, and just some discussion around that. So should be a very interesting show to get to today. So let's get to it. All right. The first thing that we have up is this Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So by now, unless you've been hiding under a rock somewhere, you know that Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on Friday. She was 87 years old, and her passing, while I suppose sudden, was she was, an elderly woman who had her share of health, issues recently. And, she was battling cancer and was holding on, strong for some years. But this wasn't, I think, a lot of ways we have to admit was expected. And so just going to talk about that some and the repercussions of her passing, what that means for the Supreme Court, for this upcoming presidential election, and for democracy, I suppose, at large. Before I get into some discussion, I just I'll share an article and I'll play a little bit of a clip on that the New York Times posted, in sort of as a tribute to her passing. And so we'll take a look at this clip and then we'll check out a few more things about RBG before discussing. Here we go. So this is from a New York Times article that came out shortly after her passing, and it's titled, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Supreme Court feminist icon, is dead at 87. The second woman appointed to the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg's pointed and powerful dissenting opinions earned her late life rock stardom. So check out this clip here, and we'll just watch a couple of minutes, just the first couple of minutes of it, to get a feel for what's discussed in her legacy.
I surely would not be in this room today without the determined efforts of men and women who kept dreams alive, dreams of equal citizenship.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the Supreme Court's feminist icon. Small, soft-spoken, yet fiercely determined, she was an unstoppable force who transformed the law and defied social conventions.
To her fans, she's known as Notorious RBG. Supreme Court's a boys club, she holds it down, no cares given. Who else got 6 movies about them and still living?
Ginsburg was hailed as a crusader for women's rights. But her legal legacy was even more sweeping.
The project she brought to the Supreme Court, first as a leading women's rights lawyer of her day, and then as a justice for all those years, I actually think has been kind of misunderstood. She had a really radical project to erase the functional difference between men and women in society. She wanted to make it clear that there should be no such thing as women's work and men's work.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
In fact, in many of the landmark cases Ginsburg argued before the Supreme Court as a young lawyer for the ACLU, her clients were often men. One key case involved a man from New Jersey whose wife died during childbirth.
Stephen Weisenfeld's case concerns the entitlement.
He wanted to work less and stay home with his son, but found out only widows, not widowers, were eligible for Social Security payments.
Ruth Ginsburg went to court on his behalf and said that law, that distinction between mothers and fathers, incorporates a stereotyped assumption of what women do and what men do in the family and is unconstitutional.
Laws of this quality help to keep women not on a pedestal, but in a cage.
She won. And that was the kind of case that she brought. And it was really very significant in the march toward the court establishing a jurisprudence of sex equality.
What inspired Ginsburg to take on such a bold project? There was little sign of anything radical in the beginning.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg grew up in Brooklyn in a lower middle class family. When she was in high school, she was a twirler, a cheerleader with a baton. She was known as Kiki Bader, and she played a very traditional female role in her high school.
Ginsburg's mother, who'd been a star student until she was forced to drop out of school to put her brother through college, had big ambitions for her daughter. But the day before Ruth's high school graduation, her mother died of cancer. It was that shattering loss, Ginsburg said many years later, that instilled in her the determination to live a life her mother could have only dreamed about.
I pray that I may be all that she would have been had she lived in an age when women could aspire and achieve, and daughters are cherished as much as sons.
Okay, so that was just a bit from this New York Times piece on Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I'm going to have a bit of a controversial take on this, as I usually do. So brace yourselves for that for sure. So of course, in her passing, we've heard a lot, and let me just say, she's she's a historic figure. She definitely is someone that is revered by liberals in this country and by Democrats and liberals, but I think that there's another side to RBG that doesn't get discussed as much, that I feel is what sort of what should be the leftist assessment and analysis of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I want to get into that because I see, luckily, I see some varying opinions on sort of social media from what I'm gauging right now. But of course, in the initial aftermath and then following up, it's only been, it's Sunday right now. This happened Friday. And what we've seen by and large is, sort of a two-pronged reaction, both the outpouring of just admiration for RBG, and of course, she's had a long career and made some certain advancements that would certainly deserve some reverence there. But I think that there's also a tendency to downplay a lot of her legacy from particularly white liberals, but I think that it seeps over even in, across all sort of the liberal spectrum. And I want to make sure that I call attention to that and give my take on that. And so, just say, if her, I'm not trying to sit here, and I know it's the sort of, when someone passes, it's always seen as in bad taste to be critical of that person, but I think that is just a disservice. If you don't want to be criticized, don't do things that deserve criticism. If you don't want to be criticized, whether you're alive or in your passing. And so I'll try to live that way, but I've already done enough that I deserve some criticism, and I expect some when I go. I will be glad if people even mention me when I'm gone. And so in that sense, I think it's important to be critical, and so we don't get this sort of false reading of history, and definitely want to avoid that. And so I will, one thing that stands out, the thing that stands out about RBG to me, particularly in recent history, but is her stance on the Black Lives Matter protest, and in particular, the actions from Colin Kaepernick and the football players who were taking a knee in protest of the police brutality in this country. And she, so before I get into my take in particular, let me just show you an article from 2016 that sort of goes to this point. And let me just warn folks, I've been sick the past couple of days, so I might be sneezing here. I can feel one coming on. So you have to, forgive me here. I'm not 100% over it. So please forgive me if I do. Everyone, make sure that you're keeping safe and taking care of yourself under these pandemic-y times. And all right, so sorry. So let's take a look at this article this is a 2016 article. And this was also this is from the Washington Post, 2016 article, and it is titled, "Sorry, it turns out Ruth Bader Ginsburg is not your liberal cartoon superhero after all." Oops, sorry, wrong. Sorry about that little hiccup. All right, so this from the Washington Post, 2016 article by Caitlin Gibson, and I'll just read from that. "Ruth Bader Ginsburg is known for speaking her mind. It's the very quality that has made her something of a living icon lately, especially for young liberals who count themselves as superfans. But the Supreme Court justice's dismissive comments about Colin Kaepernick and the other athletes who are dropping to their knees during the national anthem, their silent protest against racial bias and police brutality in America, has left much of her devout following reeling. Is this the end of her longtime love affair with quote unquote notorious RBG, end quote, or are fans just realizing they've maybe been projecting a little too much of their own worldview on a fiercely independent jurist? For many of her fans, it seems incomprehensible that the same woman who has penned such staunchly liberal and quotably eloquent decisions advocating for the rights of women, minorities, gays, and transgender people would go against the grain of their own thinking on the national anthem protest." In an interview for Yahoo, Katie Couric asked the 83-year-old jurist just what she thought about athletes. Asked the 83-year-old jurist what she thought about the athletes choosing to kneel. Ginsburg's answer was blunt. "I think it's dumb and disrespectful." She emphasized that, of course, such actions should be protected by law, as they are, but added that she didn't agree with the protesters themselves. "If they want to be stupid," quote, so this is Ginsburg, quote, "if they want to be stupid, there's no law that should be preventive," Ginsburg said. What I would do is strongly take issue with the point of view that they are expressing when they do that." So, she was someone who was hostile towards the essentially the Black Lives Matter movement. She was essentially, she was hostile towards the NFL players using their platform that raised the awareness nationwide on this issue. It certainly raised awareness. I would say it was the most, the strongest political stance I saw a sports player take since Muhammad Ali, as far as I could tell. And she said of that, and these are the same people that when Muhammad Ali was doing what he did, it wasn't popular when he was out there protesting the Vietnam War. These are the same kind of liberals who that sort of that taking that sort of political position was not popular back then, and it's only popular now that history is sort of whitewashed these figures. But the folks like Martin Luther King and Muhammad Ali, they were not popular at the time, and it was these very same folks, the Ruth Bader Ginsburgs of the world, that would sit there and speak out against these people and speak ill of their movements. And so, no, here she is, hostile to Black Lives Matter. We'll also see that she also has had bad takes on issues of indigenous rights as well. There was a case where it was the Oneida tribe versus Sherrill County and in New York, and she was on the issue of land ownership. And in that ruling, RBG, she ended up ruling against the native tribe, and didn't just rule against them, but also, in her opinion, she cited this principle called the doctrine of discovery, and essentially that hadn't been used since like manifest destiny. Essentially, that propagating that idea that somehow people have a right to just have stolen land from the native peoples that were here when they arrived. And so she's not been this perfectly liberal figure. She's also very much a neoliberal, sort of standard fare neoliberal corporatist type, where she rules frequently enough against working people in favor of corporations. It's more of the standard fare. And so I think that what's happening here is we're seeing a bit of whitewashing of history in real time. And I've seen a lot of sort of Black activists have really solid, strong takes on this, and I have to side with them on this, and side with the indigenous people that are speaking out against this and saying, let's okay, we can certainly recognize that she made a lot of progress in a lot of areas, but let's not erase out the people that she disadvantaged and pretend like she was this perfect Supreme Court justice. She had from my understanding, she had over 150 law clerks in her time, on the bench. She had over 150 law clerks. I believe it was over 157. And of the 157, as I understand it, two of them were Black. So 2 out of 157, that does not match the representation of this country. That's, just over 1%, when 13% of the country is Black. So she wasn't she wasn't an intersectional feminist, as I understand it. She was someone who focused her attention on she improved the lives of white women for sure, and she ruled in many cases in favor of marginalized groups. But these types of positions, they can't just be ignored and shouldn't be ignored. And so I just think that we have to be really careful here in how we speak about her, and make sure that we don't just erase out some of the problematic, the problematic rulings that she made over the years. So it's just something that I thought, that was sort of one main line that I see coming out of this news, of course, is just heaping blind praise without any sort of real critical analysis of who she was and what she was in what she had done recently. But FL says IQRXSLD on Twitter had a good take on RBG. I understand that RBG did a lot, quote, so I understand that RBG did a lot during her lifetime, but you can't excuse the things she did to marginalized communities because she wasn't, quote, perfect, quote unquote, perfect. White people are in no position to muffle the grievances POC have against her or tell them when it's appropriate to express them. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And I honestly, as I'm saying this, like I have a stronger take on this, but as I came out and, as I'm saying this on video, I'm nervous about saying this. I know that I'm going to offend white liberals when I talk about this stuff, and I'm trying to develop, and work to build a unified left, but it's really hard. And I feel like I have to walk on eggshells around these sorts of issues because I can't be, I have to erase out or ignore my own blackness in order to speak on this issue for fear of being, cast to the margins even further. So Tammy says, acknowledging both the goods and bad of RBG is to learn and unlearn from her actions/beliefs. Ignoring her problems does no one justice and serves no purpose. Also, how long have women in color and QTPOC been called out? Been called out white feminism? To be told yet again to shut up because acknowledging RBG's problems is disrespectful. Shaking my head, and that's the same language that RBG was using about this. The protest, kneeling in protest, a silent protest from a millionaire is dumb and disrespectful, is, with this massive platform that they have, using whatever platform that they have in order to draw attention to issues of police brutality at a time when the Black Lives Matter movement was just, was really rising up and becoming gaining national prominence. And so you had someone who was this like liberal, it's like Pelosi to some of these folks, and RBG is in the same light where you can't criticize these people or you get called like some sort of like conspiracy theorist or, radical far left extremist for just simply having what seems to be a seemingly reasonable critique of someone in just their recent history. So yeah, I think that I watched the whole, Katie Halper had a really great interview with law professor Samuel Moyne, and she talked to him about a few things. Now, the other thing, of course, that comes up when you talk about RBG, that we have to get to is the other massive thing, of course, is that because of the way that the system is in the US, whenever a Supreme Court justice passes, the sitting president is allowed to nominate the next Supreme Court justice. So this opens up a seat on the Supreme Court, and this will be Trump's third Supreme Court pick if he's able to put this pick through. And so let's talk about the likelihood of that, what that might look like, and what we've heard out of the likely arbiter of all of this, which would be Mitch McConnell in the Senate. So, I think that this is another important facet of this to pay attention to, because there's some other things that come up when you talk about this seat being open and what this means. And so first off, let me just point out, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is 87 years old, right? So she was 80 years old in 2013. In 2013, that was right after Obama was elected for his second term, right? So this is right after Obama gets elected for a second term. He has 4 years. He's just been mandated by the people as and as Mitch McConnell will say, the people elect their president in order, to give them this power. And so let's see, how do they then wield this power? Well, Obama gets elected, the mandated into selecting the next Supreme Court justice, right? Whoever that might be. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is sitting there. She's 80 years old now. She's 80 years old. So to all the people saying that, like, oh no, Trump is going to get to pick another Supreme Court justice, and that's terrible. And listen, I agree, that's terrible. That's awful. That is horrendous. And that is because of the way that our judicial system is structured in this country, and just the three branches of government. The judiciary has a lot of power, and now all of a sudden Donald Trump is getting to pick not one, not two, but 3 of the 9 Supreme Court justices would be picked by Donald Trump. 3 of the 9. So compare that to Obama's 1. Justice Sotomayor, and you can see how frightening that is. Of course, Trump is also, and McConnell have very effectively stacked the lower courts as well. In all the federal courts, they've been able to stack them with a record amount of judges there as well. So yeah, it is frightening. It is really frightening that Donald Trump is going to have a chance. He has the opportunity here to select the next Supreme Court justice and essentially make the swing vote on the court would be Brett Kavanaugh. Would be your swing vote. Would be Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, imagine that. That's what we're facing. And a lot of people are going to now use that as a reason to say, listen, this is why it's so important to elect Joe Biden. But we also should note that, I mean, Obama and Biden were in power in 2013 when Justice Ginsburg was 80 years old. She could have retired then if she really cared about democracy, if she cared about the Supreme Court and holding and maintaining a liberal Supreme Court. She absolutely could have and should have retired. And leftists were pushing her at the time, saying, listen, RBG needs to retire. And people said that those folks were misogynist. They lobbed, accusations of misogyny at people for saying RBG needed to retire. Nobody just ignoring the fact that a woman could have been, nominated in her place by Obama. And mind you, Donald Trump didn't just put a bunch of old guys on the court. Like, Donald Trump is putting young, far-right justices on the Supreme Court, and they're getting through. Whoever he's nominated, they've made it through so far. So for all of the resistance that the Democrats talk about. So what we're looking at here is an opportunity now for Donald Trump to put a 3rd Supreme Court justice on there. And it's specifically because it's not like this comes out of nowhere, as some people are making it seem. Of course, this is her passing was unexpected, but she's 87 years old battling cancer. Why are we leaving our democracy hanging on by that thread right there? Does that seem like a sane or reasonable democracy to you, that where we're just sitting there every day? We wake up and we're gasping every time she takes a fall. She fell a couple of times, ended up hospitalized. I mean, you end up, your heart leaps every time you hear that she fell ill or got a cold. I mean, is that what we want our Supreme Court hanging on by? And when Obama was sitting there in power, we didn't think that it would be prudent of him to urge her to retire and end her legacy there, because this has to be a part of her legacy. And we're doing a disservice if this is not included as a part of her legacy. She allowed this to happen out of what I believe to be his ego, essentially, and a desire to expand her legacy even further. And that's some, I saw a black, female activist saying, that, white women legacy is a hell of a drug. And it's like, that's what it just feels like she was really that, or white women ego is a hell of a drug. And that's what it seems like, is just ego. And personally, that's my assessment of it. And so FL says, She was 87 years old, long overdue for retirement. No one should be essentially dying on the job, and had cancer. I'm assuming other ailments too. And liberals were relying on her to hold up the Supreme Court. Yeah, like that is absurd. And FL goes on, and is it not concerning to people that the death of one person has / will have such a big impact on our democracy? Like, exactly. That's not democracy. That's not democracy. We're already, you cannot, this is, she was 87 years old with cancer. She was 80 years old with cancer. Like, she was 80 years old in 2013. She had every opportunity and was being urged to pass along the torch and you could have, Obama could have put in, this wouldn't have been like the last year of his presidency, like what happened with Antonin Scalia, wouldn't have been left up to chance or anything like that. She could have went out and let that be her legacy, and then put somebody on there that could last for the next, throughout this next situation. In Canada, for instance, the way that they select Supreme Court justices in Canada is so different from what we do here. In Canada, you have a panel of people that they select, they create a list. So this panel of people, and we can argue about how those people should be chosen, of course, but they create a list of potential nominees to the Supreme Court. And by and large, they tend to be sort of moderate centrist, corporate centrist, neoliberal sort of types. And they create this list of justices, and they propose this list, and they have this running list of justices, and they're tasked with creating that list. And then every time a Supreme Court justice turns 75 years old, they are forced into retirement. They're allowed to retire. They have a forced retirement. They retire. Every Supreme Court justice automatically retired at 75 years old. So they retire at 75, and then the sitting president can then choose, or prime minister. I don't know. Why am I spacing on that right now? I believe prime minister. And, they then select from that list of candidates. So that's how it's done in Canada, right north of our border there, a few miles north of here. They have a much sort of sane and stable system that also puts the life expectancy of a judge at 75 years old. And just like, at 75, you retire, comfortably. I mean, these people aren't wanting for money after being a Supreme Court justice for their whole life. I'll check what the salary is for them, but they live comfortably, they live comfortably, they can retire comfortably, and they absolutely should. And we shouldn't be relying on the health of an 87-year-old woman with cancer in order to, maintain a certain balance on the Supreme Court. And so that's something that I want to get into. And I think because it's really important that the talk now is all about what happens to this seat, right? So what's going to happen with this seat? And there's a few things that could happen essentially, right? I mean, we have the Democrats they're in the House. The Senate is the one that is able to nominate Supreme Court justices, and so they will approve of Supreme Court justices. The president, of course, nominates them, and then they approve. They're the ones that hold hearings and then approve of the Supreme Court justices. So it's up to the Senate now to, we have a Republican-led Senate, we have the Republican president, and they are now going to get to, they have the ability to, Trump can nominate a Supreme Court nominee and then hold proceedings, and it can wrap up, fairly quickly with, that whole process can happen within a matter of weeks. And we have an election now months out. We're September, October, November. So we're 2 months out from, essentially 8 weeks out from an election. They could certainly push this through and nominate and approve a new Supreme Court justice before the next election. They could also, wait until after the election and then nominate a Supreme Court justice and then approve them whether or not, even if if Donald Trump gets reelected in November, then all this is moot. I mean, he's choosing the next Supreme Court justice. That's just happening. That there's no doubt about it. But if Joe Biden were to win, they could still, in the lame duck session, as they call it, that's the time between after a sitting president somebody else is elected and is just waiting for inauguration. So from the time that they're elected on, once they're, the votes are all counted and the election is called in their favor, then from that moment forward until inauguration in 2021, that's considered the lame duck session for Congress. And the idea is that it's a lame duck president. The president's going to be leaving soon. So whatever they do, they're not usually making massive major decisions in that time typically, but there is nothing stopping them from getting any actions put through Congress and any legislation passed through Congress during that lame duck session. So, and particularly through the Senate. And so let's take a look at a statement from Mitch McConnell. So Mitch McConnell came out and made a statement because Mitch McConnell is the head of the, he's the leader of the House, leader of the Senate, the majority in the Senate. And so he's sort of the one that is in control and this is his project. Mitch McConnell's project essentially is to pack the Supreme Courts with as many far right justices as he can. And so let's take a look at the statement from Mitch McConnell that came out shortly after RBG's passing in reference to that. So this is a statement from Mitch McConnell from September 18th, day that she passed, on Friday. So it says U.S. Senate Majority Leader, that's what I was trying to think of the word for that. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell made the following statement on the passing of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So this is the statement from McConnell. The Senate and the nation mourn the sudden passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg and the conclusion of her extraordinary American life. So Justice Ginsburg overcame one personal challenge and professional barrier after another. She climbed from a modest Brooklyn upbringing to a seat on our nation's highest court and into the pages of American history. Justice Ginsburg was thoroughly dedicated to the legal profession and to her 27 years of service on the Supreme Court. Her intelligence and determination earned her respect and admiration throughout the legal world and indeed throughout the entire nation, which now grieves alongside her family, friends, and colleagues. This is the important part, so listen up here. In the last midterm election before Justice Scalia's death in 2016, Americans elected a Republican Senate majority because we pledged to check and balance the last days of a lame duck president's second term. We kept our promise. Since the 1880s, no Senate has confirmed an opposite party president's Supreme Court nominee in the presidential election year. By contrast, Americans reelected our majority in 2016 and expanded it in 2018 because we pledged to work with President Trump and support his agenda, particularly his outstanding appointments to the federal judiciary. Once again, we will keep our promise. President Trump's nominee will receive a vote on the floor of the United States Senate. So, I mean, people will sit there and scream and pull their hair out and say, oh, he's such a hypocrite. This is the same Mitch McConnell who came out and he said that, you can't, the Senate can't confirm a Supreme Court, can't confirm a Supreme Court justice in the year of a presidential election. Now he's moving the goalposts and he's saying, oh, it's the opposition party is leading that. And, he's moving the goalposts, but sitting there and trying to, get the Republicans of the GOP and catch them up in a lie or in hypocrisy. It's doesn't work. Hypocrisy doesn't work on them. They don't care about being hypocrites. They are proud hypocrites. They their base does not care about them being hypocritical. And so they're allowed to be hypocritical, and they're not going to do anything about it. So they can be hypocritical as long as it works in favor of corporate power and their donor power. They can be hypocritical, and they will be given cover by their corporate donors. And so Mitch McConnell being hypocritical, don't think that doesn't matter. Like, don't think that that's going to make a difference in the political outcomes. It does. They've been hypocritical before. They were hypocritical in, not approving Obama's nominee, Merrick Garland, his centrist nominee. And so this is what, don't get caught in that trap though of expecting anything to happen because, Mitch McConnell and the Republicans, it would be hypocritical of them to do this. Of course it'll be hypocritical, and they'll still do it. They're still going to do it, whether it's hypocritical or not. So what I believe is going to happen here is that they're going to put someone through. They will put someone through. They will end up getting nominated. It doesn't matter. There'll be a whole bunch of hemming and hawing in between. And I do think that, people should try to resist against it and do what you can, but I think that the Republicans always, show strength in this way of being able to do what their, base and donors want, because their base and donors sort of line up on these things, and they don't spit in the face of their base or whatever. They're able to do what their base wants while still doing what their donors want. And the left has a problem with that, obviously, because the progressive base and the donor class, their views are not aligned and their values are not aligned on the left. And so I think that Mitch McConnell is going to, I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm not a psychic. I can't tell you which way he'll do it exactly. It sounds like he's perfectly willing to do this all before the next election. I think that comes with there's certain issues to him doing that for sure, and certain considerations he's going to have to make in doing that is, for one, there are some moderate Republicans in sort of swing seats, and they do run the risk of if they ram through a Supreme Court justice, that could end up damaging people that are in sort of these purple, Senate seats that could swing one way or the other. That could be damaging to them if it riles up enough people and to come out and say they feel wronged by that. They feel like there has been some sort of attack on democracy by doing so, that it was hypocritical of the Republicans. Maybe that's enough to get enough people, get enough voter turnout, enough to swing election away from the more sort of moderate Republicans in these swing states. And so that's certain folks like Susan Collins and Rachel Murkowski. Those senators have to be, they have to make some considerations there. Mitt Romney is another one who they'll have they'll have to do some calculating behind the scenes, and it could potentially harm their campaigns, something like that. But the reality is that, the Republicans can always hold out. They can nominate someone and keep this sort of going through the election, keep the fight going, and then use that as an argument to then say, to rile up their base. And who knows what can come of it from either side, what the impact of that will be, if that will bring out more. My guess is honestly that it will bring out more of the Republican base, because it aligns with, what they're going to be pushing. It really aligns with the base. I think that they're going to have a hard time getting, I don't think that we'll see. Honestly, I'm not certain on this point, and I can't call it one way or another whether it's going to rile up the Democratic base enough to, or the liberals sort of get them up in arms enough to go out there and alter the votes in those sort of swing districts or swing states. But there's no doubt in my mind that Mitch McConnell, with whether it's in the lame duck session or before the election, he's getting his Supreme Court pick through, and they are going to end up nominating it, because whatever they have to do to get those votes, they will whip up those votes, even if they have to sacrifice one of those Senate seats. I'm near certain that they will, that they will push through even if it's in a lame duck session, they're going to push through a Supreme Court pick. So. And, we can, wave arms and pull out our hair, but we have to acknowledge that the Democrats are complicit in this. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, part of her legacy is that she enabled this to happen by not retiring 7 years ago under Obama, when it was a safe pick for Obama. He had 4 years of a presidency ahead of him. There was no argument to be made there by the Republicans to not approve his nominee. I mean, he was able to get Sotomayor nominated and approved, and so he would have been able to get a one of his centrist justices approved. And this is another problem that happens with when the right wing is always willing to push further and further to the right and to elect further and further right-wing justices, but the Democrats only ever nominate centrists. It also shifts the balance as well, because we end up having a bunch of centrists who are like neoliberal sort of corporatist types. Nobody is for the working class on the Supreme Court right now. There's nobody with a working class background really on the Supreme Court. And there's no representation for labor. And so that's, when you do that, and that's all that the Democrats ever put forward, they're also complicit in this, because when your balance on the court is between centrists and far right, and the right just keeps on pushing their justices further to the right, but the Democrats just stand steady right there, and with their centrist candidates like Merrick Garland and these other centrists, you don't get any real sort of working class diversity in working class representation on the Supreme Court. So I want to show a couple of clips from Katie Halper did a great interview with Samuel Moyn. He's a law professor who talked about some of the issues we've discussed here. And so I want to take a look at some clips from that interview and just sort of highlight a few key points that Professor Moyn made in there, and talk about the impact of those in sort of, how we should be looking at this issue. And so before I get to that, though, a couple, one thing I want to mention on the McConnell point is that something that I've seen happen recently after Mitch McConnell started, after RBG passed and then Mitch McConnell came out and made the statement, I think that we've started to see Act Blue, I think, raised some tens of millions of dollars within 24 hours from the passing of RBG. And Amy McGrath in particular, I think, was able to raise $10 million or something. But she started raising a significant amount of money. And Amy McGrath is the person who stole an election from Charles Booker, as far as I'm concerned, in Kentucky for the Democratic Senate primary. They closed down 99% of the voting locations in Louisville, Kentucky, and which was a major blow to the progressive candidate in the race, Charles Booker. And so that was just a brazen act of voter suppression that was, works in the corporate Democrats' favor, of course. And so now, instead of having Charles Booker versus Mitch McConnell, which would have been a really dynamic race, and I think where Charles Booker had a real shot, polls were showing Charles Booker had a real shot against Mitch McConnell, and Amy McGrath is currently down by double-digit points right now to Mitch McConnell. And I'll tell you, she has no chance of beating Mitch McConnell. She's just a standard. She tried to run as a Trump Democrat. You know, this is her shtick. Like, she tries to run as being more pro-Trump than Mitch McConnell. Who the hell is coming out to vote for that? The people that want somebody more, you know, the people that want a Republican or want somebody pro-Trump are going to pick an actual Republican. They're not going to go out there and vote for a Democrat. They're going to vote for their Republican Mitch McConnell. And so the idea of Amy McGrath winning, she has 0% chance of beating Mitch McConnell. Let me just say that right now. So any money that's being poured into Amy McGrath, if you are watching this and you are thinking about donating to Amy McGrath, please do not do that. Please do not waste your money on that. You are literally throwing money away. And Ryan Grimm, I think, tweeted out, was like, some people just, it makes people feel good to donate money. So if it makes you feel good, like, go ahead, donate money if it literally makes you feel good. But let me tell you, stop. Don't do it, because it shouldn't make you feel good. If you're thinking about donating money to Amy McGrath, stop and donate it. Donate it to some race where it actually matters. There's like Teresa Greenfield is running in Iowa, and she's beating Joni Ernst right now by 3 points in polls, while Amy McGrath is down 10 points. You have a real chance to win that Senate race. Donate to Teresa Greenfield if you're looking for a race to contribute to. If you're looking to contribute to something else, you can contribute to our Patreon here, patreon.com/radical democracy. If you need somewhere to, throw money, don't throw it away, and don't throw it in the trash with Amy McGrath, please. So I see a lot of people out there like pushing for, Amy McGrath, and like, stop it. It's not happening. She's just not a good, do we want a Trump Democrat in there? Is that what we're there's just so many better people to support in that will actually uphold our values, that are actual potential seats that we could swing. We should be focusing on those races and not on this unwinnable one here. So there are like 13 races where the Democrat is facing off against a Republican, and they're polling better than Amy McGrath. So please do not pour money into the hopeless campaign of Amy McGrath. That would be a major travesty. If any dollar spent on that campaign is a dollar wasted. Please do not do it if you're on the left. There are so many more competitive races. The one that stands out to me is because Joni Ernst is another awful Republican. Is Joni Ernst against Teresa Greenfield in Iowa, and she has a real chance. She's literally up by 3 points in polls right now. So please take a look at that if you're looking for somewhere to spend some money. So there's like hashtag get Mitch or die trying is trending on Twitter. Like, stop it. Stop that. Like, do not die trying, because you will literally die trying. Emphasis on the die trying. You will die trying to stop Mitch at this point. The opportunity to stop Mitch happened in the Democratic primary. That's gone. It's over with. There is no chance to stop him here. He's run against these standard kind of Democrats in the past. It's not going to be any different this time. She is no better. She's actually worse in a lot of ways. So please do not waste your money on Amy McGrath. I can't emphasize that enough. All right. I want to get into this, some clips from Katie Halper's show, her interview with law professor Samuel Moyn. Are there any comments we want to get to before we jump into that? Okay, Tammy says yes, so we'll just do a few comments, take a few comments, and then I'll get to those clips. Shin says the people should be able to vote for Supreme Court justices. Yeah, that's something that in these clips that we're gonna watch from Professor Moyn, Samuel Moyn, on the Katie Halper show. He talks about that and how we should be focused on an expansion of democracy and shifting power away from the Supreme Court and more into more democratic institutions. At least Congress is more democratic. You at least vote on your Congress people. It's certainly more democratic. You have more representation there. The Supreme Court is this, body that we have no electoral power over, no democratic power over, really. Or very little, very indirect democratic power over. And so we should certainly be shifting. I totally agree that we need to be looking to democratize our judicial system in some way, or simply shift power out of the judiciary and into democracy, more democratic institutions. Shin says the Dems should pack the court. We'll get into that discussion about court packing soon. I'm going to play. We'll play this clip soon from Professor Moyn, and he'll talk about court packing strategies. It's something that I'm honestly, I was in favor of it. And after listening to Professor Moyne, I'm mixed on it at this stage. I still have some, and I'll make the case for why I think it might be a good idea and why I think it might be not such a good idea. And honestly, what his focus is and what I think our focus should be on the left is about just simply shifting power out of the courts and out of the judiciary, and shift power out of the judiciary and into the legislative branch, which is Congress, away from, we need less power in the executive and judiciary, more power to the legislative branch, where we have much more democratic power. Mark McKeever says, one way or another, her passing will bolster the voting turnout, but in which way, but for who? Democrats or Republicans? Yeah, that I totally agree with. This is certainly going to add intrigue to the election. I do think in many ways it favors Donald Trump, because I think a lot of the conversation was starting to happen about the economy, and it was initially in his favor, and the economy was sort of a point of strength for Trump, but it shifted over the course of the pandemic. And now, because that's a weak point of his, I think that any distraction he can get, and this is a certainly a viable distraction here for the right wing. This is something that they're concerned about, the Roe v. Wade issue, and sort of the pro-life folks are certainly going to be coming out in droves for this one. So I actually do think that it's going to favor the Trump in this election. Mark McKeever says rules only apply to the GOP when they benefit the GOP. Yeah, this is what we see, and we talked about this in a recent stream about how they don't respect the rules and the decorum, and as soon as they come into power, they tear that all up, and they the filibuster for Supreme Court justices and justices, like we had one under the Democrats. They get rid of it, or I think that Harry Reid might have got rid of it right before Obama left power. It was ridiculous. So they do this every time, and they set it up. And something that we're going to hear from Professor Moyne in this is that he'll talk about how the Democrats are complicit in what is happening right now in the courts, and they've set up all the rules so that we can get into this place that we're in now. Mark McKeever says, rumor has it that President Sump Pump's pick might be Judge Amy Coney Barrett. She believes women should answer to a man, and she obviously hates Roe v. Wade. Yeah, so just expect it's going to be some far right judge. They'll be to the right of Brett Kavanaugh. I promise you, they'll be to the right of Brett Kavanaugh, and likely his most right-wing, far-right justice that he'll pick. And they'll do it to try to feed the base and rile up their base. So Trucks a comin', I believe is how that's pronounced. Correct me if I'm wrong, Trucks. But Trucks a comin' says Dems have a shot in Iowa, North Carolina, South Carolina, Colorado, Montana, and Arizona. Yet everyone donates to McGrath. Makes no sense. Exactly. Great point, Trucks a comin'. It's such, I genuinely believe the Democrats do this on purpose. Like, they genuinely want to lose. I sincerely believe that they do not want to be, they want to be the opposition party. They cannot win. They don't want to have power over both houses of Congress, because then they're going to be on the hook to pass legislation. Then them supporting Medicare for all in the House isn't going to be just nominal. They'll actually have to actually support it. And so and go on paper doing so and be held to account for it. And so I truly don't believe that I believe Democrats do not want to have control over both houses of Congress, because then they'll simply be expected to actually pass legislation, and they'll actually be accountable for that. So I don't think that they want to win. And that's why I think that they're happy to distract people and encourage people to join in these kind of campaigns against Mitch McConnell, when they know that they're totally futile, that these are completely futile attempts, and that they have zero chance of beating Mitch McConnell. They're happy to get people to waste money pouring it into those campaigns and not focus on more progressive, candidates with better chances. So I think that this is deliberate, is the sad thing. And the Democratic Party, they're paid to lose by the same corporate donors and the same industries that are donating to the Republicans. They just donate a little bit less, and they're paid to lose. So doesn't surprise me one bit what they're doing. What Up America says, I accidentally donated to McGrath when I was super high because I thought it was Booker. Stone moment. That's terrible. That's so terrible. Only realized after the primary when I looked at my Act Blue account. Oh, damn, that would piss me off. It's like, yo, yeah, because my Act Blue account is like my like, I love looking at my Act Blue account and just being like, yeah, I did that. I was on that early. So I know how that feels when you're like, oh boy, what was I thinking? Like, what was I doing there? So that's an awesome story. Mark McKeever says, Mark Kelly has my vote. Bye bye, McSally. Yeah, that's awesome. So do you actually get to vote? That's awesome. So that's Martha McSally in Arizona. She lost to Kirsten Sinema in the last election in 2018. And Kirsten Sinema is a pretty conservative Democrat. So that's, she's a moderate Democrat. She was running against Deidre Abood, who I was supporting and was the Justice Democrats' back candidate, who I wish had won. But Mark Kelly, definitely rooting for him against Martha McSally. All right, so let's get to this clip from Professor Samuel Moyn on the Katie Halper show. A couple of clips, and first one that we'll do is him talking about the court packing strategy, as Shin brought up. So we'll talk. Professor Samuel Moyn will talk about the court packing strategy and a few concepts of this thing called jurisdiction stripping, and just on the idea of how we can shift power away from the judiciary and into the hands of the people. And so let me just pull up our first clip here. Okay.
Today, there's
Sorry, it's going a little fast.
a huge spike in court packing talk, because if McConnell gets, a second, illicit justice appointed, the Democrats, it's thought, have to strike back and, add two of their own or more. Now, it's very divisive for a few reasons. One is that the number of justices, 9, has been stable since the 19th century. And, some people even think it would be unconstitutional to add justices. There's also a risk, if you think power will change hands, that it will start this escalatory cycle and, soon we'll have hundreds of justices. That's actually happened in Poland. And so some people think it's, sort of, would lead to Armageddon. Now, we're already in Armageddon in a sense, so it's not clear that matters that much. My take is that, court packing changes who's on the court, but not the power of the court. And so I think we should consider other approaches to the court that aren't just about getting our friends on it and letting them rule us instead of the right. Because I think we should rule ourselves in a democracy. So, some proposals that work that way would include what's called jurisdiction stripping. So the idea of jurisdiction stripping is that when you pass HR 1 or the Green New Deal, you say this is not reviewable in the Supreme Court or the federal judiciary. You disallow the courts from the ability to hear cases on certain topics. There's also a proposal to make the justices work by a supermajority rule rather than a majority rule, like 6-3 or 7-2. And the idea there is that when something's flagrantly unconstitutional and 8 or 9 justices can agree that it is, Democrats and Republicans, they can overturn the law. But when not that many agree, then the law stands. And so it's a way, an effect of transferring power back to the political branches, and especially the Congress. There are other such fixes, but those are the ones I favor. That they're about kind of shifting power away from the court rather than changing who the personnel are on the court.
And so how would that be achieved? How quickly could that happen? What are all the
well, all of these.
Okay, so before he gets into explaining how we could go about achieving those things, just so that everyone's clear, he talks about the jurisdiction stripping is one, proposal that he says he's in favor. So he said on the issue of court packing, and right now we still have 9 Supreme Court justices. It's been that way since I believe he said the 18th century. And this is, so we, even with all the population growth, we still have this, the same number of justices representing, a magnitude greater population. And for one, it's not very representative. Most federal courts have like 27 judges that hear cases. So why is the largest court only have 9? But he talks about the court packing strategy and the idea that one thing you have to be cautious of with the court packing is that power changes hands, and once you open it up to the courts being packed, then it kind of just becomes like this, ever expanding court where every time one party gains power, they're just, adding more justices to it, and then it's just so it just becomes an exercise in whoever's in power, shifting the power back and forth that way, and now we just have a different set of these old people in there, a bunch of old wizards in their robes, making decisions for the rest of us. And that's not democracy. These are unelected people. And so what he's talking about, he also talked about he talked about the, trying to instead focus on how do we shift power away from the judiciary. And he talked about 2 strategies for doing that, instead of leaving the power in the judiciary and simply picking whichever person is sort of in power, allowing them, whichever one we like, to be making these decisions for us. Instead, trying to shift power away from the judiciary and back into the hands of the people through more democratic means. And that 2 ways that he mentioned, jurisdiction stripping, that is where they would simply, put in place something that said you don't have the authority to, and we'll hear how you can do that exactly in a sec. You simply say, all right, on this piece of legislation, the court is not able to overturn this. And you can actually try to put that into the legislation. And so the other one that he mentioned was requiring the courts to vote by supermajority on certain things, and that would be the idea being that it's much harder for them if they want to sort of overturn something in the Constitution, they overturn precedent on constitutional precedent, then they have to have a supermajority. It can't just be 5 of the 9. They'd have to get something like 7 or 8 of the 9 in order to change something. So that would allow the idea being that whatever gets legislated by the more democratically elected Congress, that would be the rule of the land, and you wouldn't have the judiciary having final say. So I'm going to let him keep going and explain how these things would work and what are the sort of challenges of these different strategies, court packing versus jurisdiction stripping and supermajority, how those strategies could play out. So let's let him continue. This is law professor Samuel Moyne on Katie Halper's The Katie Halper Show with Katie Halper.
All of these would require statutes. So to court pack, you'd have to pass a law that expanded the Supreme Court, and then you'd have to nominate and confirm each new justice.
Can you say that again? Sorry, you cut out for a second. For court packing, you'd have
to first pass a law, both houses of Congress, presidential signature, saying that the Supreme Court is now X justices. 11, 13, 100. And then for each vacancy, you'd have to have the president nominate a new judge and confirm that person in the Senate. Very laborious. The other, remedies I discussed also require statutes, laws passed. In the case of jurisdiction stripping, you don't need to pass a new law. You just, whenever you pass a law about something you want, like HR 1 for democracy or the Green New Deal or whatever, you just add to that law provisions that, forbid the Supreme Court or the federal judiciary from hearing constitutional challenges. Now, the court can always say, you can't take our power away. But they can also say you can't add justices to the Supreme Court. So all of these proposals to challenge the court can face the obstruction of the court itself. And so we'd have to get into a lot of detail, like which of these might work better, which would be less easy for the court itself to disallow, which might be less risky if the Republicans get back into power. I mentioned that court packing, the risk is that they'll just pack again when they're in power and put their people on. And suddenly we're in a situation where every election, the Supreme Court expands. Some of those other reforms I mentioned seem not to have that same risk, because if the court is less powerful, then we fight less about it. And we don't have national soul searching and debate about every justice, which is my dream. What if we actually talked about policy rather than which lawyers are going to serve on this council of elders to take the place of democracy?
Right. Yeah. And you say that as a lawyer, right?
I went to law school.
Yeah. As a jurist.
As a jurist, I say that juristocracy is bad, right. Democracy is good.
Yeah, it's interesting. Did you that so many people who study the law are so you guys seem to have a kind of tortured relationship with it?
Well, no, I mean most lawyers love the Supreme Court, and they love rule of the country via the legal profession. But right. No wonder. I mean, it's that's saying they love ruling them, exercising the power to rule themselves.
Yeah. I guess leftists, I should say.
Oh, leftists. Yeah. No, I think leftists have always had a serious quandary about the legal profession, which has generally been, pretty conservative unless you piss it off.
All right, so that was Professor Samuel Moyne on the Katie Halper Show, breaking down exactly how you would go about enacting those changes, what's required legally, and giving his thoughts on the idea of juristocracy versus democracy. I honestly hadn't heard the term until he mentioned it there, this idea of juristocracy, but it's clearly the idea of rule by the judiciary. And he will we'll hear from him in another clip on him expanding on this idea of the outsized power of the Supreme Court, and just how much power they have in our government. And so yeah, but before we get to that, I thought that that was I like his critique, saying, the left has to have and has historically had this critique and must continue to have this critique going forward of removing power from the law enforcement and judiciary in this country and shifting it towards more democratic institutions. And so I often hear liberals sort of up in arms saying, oh no, you're threatening democracy if you threaten anything on the Supreme Court, or you're talking about getting rid of the balance of power. But you know what? That's not a balance of power. That's not a power I respect. I don't respect the power that's granted by executive power, then further granting this power to the Supreme Court justices, and our whole lives being determined based on that, and having to like roll the dice and figure out which person is going to be dying under which president to know who's going to end up getting selected and which set of people are going to get to be the deciders, the final deciders over these legislative matters. And so we could pass things like Medicare for all or Green New Deal, in the courts, the right-wing court could strike that down under, constitutional law. And so just wait for that to happen. And people are going to freak out when that happens. But it's a real possibility that we have to look out for, is the possibility of juristocracy, of rule by not by an actual democratic democratically elected officials, but by just these judges that have been granted power by the executive and some part of the legislative branch. And so it's just one really dangerous, unnecessary layer to democracy that I think we should just be very careful about. I'm fine with them interpreting law, but when they're literally the final say on certain things, then I think that we have to be a little careful. So I think, he laid out just, how you have to do it. It's court packing. You have to do it by, getting all these things will essentially require statutes, except for the jurisdiction stripping tactic that you just put into any new legislation. You would start to put in a provision that said, okay, you cannot, this cannot be overturned by the Supreme Court. And then, of course, all of these strategies are going to be challenged by the Supreme Courts, most likely because you're taking power away from them. So you're going to have to, we're in the difficult situation of having a right-leaning Supreme Court justice that's going to have to hear these cases out for now. But definitely a corporate-friendly and corporate power-friendly Supreme Court that is going to have to try to rule to hand power back over to the people. So real quick, let me see. Comment from Mr. Gerardo says, the president has the right to nominate SCOTUS. Are you complaining now because it's a Republican president? No, I'm complaining. I don't want the Democrats doing it, and I don't want the Republicans doing it. Do you hear me? You see how I'm capable of criticizing? I don't just come out here and, cheerlead for some team, Mr. Gerardo. No, I'm not out here cheerleading for a team. I'm saying that, I don't want any president to have the power. One, I've long since argued that the way that we select Supreme Court justices is undemocratic, and I don't want any undemocratic institution existing. So I am in favor of democracy everywhere that we can have it, and I am staunchly against any kind of autocracy or Mr. Gerardo says, and Obama had left-leaning judges, but he had the right to pick a judge while he was president. Well, no, he didn't have the right to pick a judge, apparently, because if you are familiar, you should go back and look and Google the name Merrick Garland. Okay, Google Merrick Garland, because Obama nominated that judge a year before he left office, and the Republicans refused to confirm him, refused to even give him a hearing. And so, no, that is incorrect. The Republicans in the right wing successfully blocked a Supreme Court justice from being nominated in the final year of Obama's presidency, for the entire final year. So it's just inaccurate what you're saying, and you're still being, you're the one that is currently being if you're arguing in favor, if you're not just playing devil's advocate, it sounds like you're being hypocritical yourself here. And so just unprincipled. And so, no, I'm sticking to a principle here. I want democracy for the people. And so I believe in the people. I believe that people have the ability to to govern themselves and don't need to rely on some, cherry-picked Supreme Court justices who we have no democratic power over. We don't get to elect those Supreme Court justices. So I believe that we should have less power in the hands of those Supreme Court justices and more power in the hands of the people. Are you against, empowering people? Are you, do you believe that people don't deserve? Do you not believe in democracy? Are you against democracy, Mr. Gerardo? So that's what I would say to you. Do you hate democracy or something? What is your problem with democracy? Why do you not believe in democracy? So that's all I'm arguing for. That's what I believe. I believe that we need to remove these sort of blocks to, democratic rule and governance over the people. So, and I don't care who's in power. I don't want either Democrats being able to, and that's why I'm not really in favor of the court packing strategy, Mr. Gerardo. I'm not in favor of the court packing because then it just becomes about, that's one more thing we got to be told we have to fall in line and vote for because, if you don't vote for this one or if you don't vote for that one, then these scary far extremists are going to come and they're going to, put their own people on the court and, oh no, that's really scary. I don't want any of that because that's not how I want decisions being made because that's so abstract, so, just distant and, it's so indirect of a way to try to have a democracy. I'm not in favor of that. So, all right. I think we got some other comments we want to get to. X says, yes. I think that might be you're going to eat, maybe. saw a chicken leg there, I thought. Pineapple. Oh, that's a pineapple? Oh, yeah. I'm see look at this screen is just, it's it's Hawaiian. I should have known. That's our Hawaiian correspondent there. So Trucks come in says, add 12-year term limit to justices and make it retroactive. Then Biden can immediately replace 4 justices. I'm fine with term limits. I think that's better. I'm fine with term limits. I think that the goal, all of these things are just going to be. I just don't think these go far enough to, instead of making about leaving the power with them and just making it dependent on who we are selecting into these roles and having to rely on their own biases. Instead of that, I would just like to return power to the people and not let these handful of people be deciding on literal legislation, and they can stop. They get the final say. So on our legislation, let me play that clip from Professor Samuel Moyne here, and then we'll get to some more comments. All right. Oh, I just realized what we did. Okay. All right. Don't worry. Ignore me. Okay. Sorry, just got to cue these up. Okay, I gotta hope this is the right time it's queued to. Okay. Sorry about that. Also, Mr. Gerardo, Obama's judges were not left-leaning. They were centrist. Sorry. I don't know why that took me so long. I just saw what you said again, and I'm like, no, they were not left-leaning judges. They were centrist judges. They were not left-leaning. All right. This is Professor Samuel Moyne on, the outsized power of the judiciary in our government.
We have a Trumpified judiciary.
I'm going to keep doing this by accident because I got my speed up too high. All right.
No matter what happens to Ginsburg's seat on the Supreme Court. And, a lot of Democrats rightly argue that since the Supreme Court hears so few cases, relative to the judiciary as a whole, we really ought to prioritize reform of the whole judiciary. It could be possible, for example, to just add lots of judges below the Supreme Court. That was done last time under Jimmy Carter. And, you know, I support that. You know, it's, let's say, pretty ordinary in American history to expand the overall size of the judiciary. In this case, you know, Trump has not abused norms. He's just been very focused and very good at filling openings in the judiciary. So, you know, for my druthers, I'd rather keep our, you know, minds on the Supreme Court for two reasons. First, you know, there is a good case that the Supreme Court is so far right because of all of these hijinks and irregularities. And second, its power is just much greater than the rest of the judiciary, because has the final word. It, you know, it has, because of this idea in American history of judicial supremacy, not just the final word relative to the other courts, but relative to the other branches of government. And, you know, that's why I've been making this case for disempowering the institution. And so, you know, the questioner is absolutely right, though, that we definitely need to care about the short term, what happens in October, and about the lower courts alongside our fears about what will happen to the highest court.
All right. So there he just talks about how the Supreme Court has the final say on a lot of these matters. And this is from a law professor here. And this is just something that we have to deal with. This sort of, you know, the left has to have an analysis of power. And as Noam Chomsky says, you know, it's power's responsibility to justify itself. And if power cannot justify itself, then it must be dismantled. So in the case of something like, you know, when a parent has power over their child and they tell them, don't run in the street, that power can justify itself because you're literally doing that to protect the life of your child, you know, to protect the life of a person. And so, yes, that is power that can justify itself. But in the case of the power that the judiciary has over our, you know, legislative system and our entire government, in that case, that is not a power that I see as justified. And so I think that we need to try to dismantle power in whatever ways we can. And that means not just looking at tinkering around the edges of, you know, these, you know, small reforms around the edges, and court packing strategies seem very sort of short-sighted. And what we need to have is a, you know, long-term sustainable goal of trying to build more democratic practices and more democratic institutions, and recognizing that the way to build more democracy in this, I used to think that it was court packing. I used to be in favor of court packing. And when I heard the arguments laid out by Professor Moyne, I had to rethink. And I think that it is something that we should be shifting our focus into. How do we actually just simply remove power from the courts? And it's something that I honestly didn't even know was possible until I hear it pitched by a law professor, because it sounds far-fetched, and it sounds like the kind of thing that most people would look to you and say, oh, well, you're just, you know, that's an attack on democracy. Essentially, that's one of our checks and balances. And I think that the issue is that it's an undemocratic check, and that's not something that we should be justifying. And so I want to end the system of how we do that. So I will play one more clip by Professor Moyne here. And this one was just one that I thought was, I just liked his take on, he'll give us his take on Biden versus Trump. And so I'd like to let him have a final word on Biden versus Trump and how he feels about that as the law professor that he is, and from a legal standpoint as well. And so let's check out that clip, and then we will move along. All right.
And I heard you on Doug Henwood's show talking about Trump as a fascist, or the discourse around that. And that's something that I think is very fraught for a lot of people.
Right.
How do you frame Trump in terms of being both, well, because you are a professor of both history and of jurisprudence. So from a historical perspective and also from a jurisprudential perspective, how do you see him as an aberration and a continuation? Where does he fall in those two categories?
You know, it's a great question. I think it's caused a lot of controversy and dispute on the left, and so what I have to say will not please everyone. You know, I think that there are some clear ways in which Trump is like an offensive novelty, but he's in office because of policy dating back decades, as a result of a protest vote against things like endless war and economic neoliberalism. And so we're on the hook for Trump's ascendancy in this country. You know, old policies, you know, the risk is that Biden actually it epitomizes those old choices rather than representing a break from them. And so the risk is that those old choices will just get restored and repeated. And, you know, I've coined this so far unpopular, you know, term Trump washing to refer to, you know, the attitude of a lot of people, especially those who made all of those failed policies, to basically say, Trump's an aberration, get rid of him and things will be hunky-dory. But, you know, if you believe that Trump's a symptom, then, you know, the choice seems to be between, you know, whether we restore the disease or, you know, keep these really flagrant symptoms. As to fascism, you know, it seems undoubted.
Authoritarianism or
authoritarianism. You know, of which fascism is, I guess, one kind. He has instincts in that direction. I think that the true story of his presidency is that he's been weak. You know, he's been strong when one of two things has occurred. Either he's pursued the standard Republican program of, you know, tax cuts for the rich and socially conservative judges for the, you know, religious and other morally conservative, or he's operated in zones where we've accreted so much power to the presidency over generations, like foreign affairs and immigration. So if we hate those things, we should check ourselves, because we didn't just choose policies that led to Trump, but we made the office of the presidency that he's inhabited. And yet many of the things he's tried to do have been checked. You know, he sent, you know, for a photo op with a Bible, some troops into the square in Washington. And amazingly, you then saw the greatest acts of insubordination since the Korean War, when the Secretary of Defense said he'd never, you know, deploy troops for crowd control. And, you know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs outright apologized for having been part of it. You know, we can argue about other cases. Portland is an atrocity, but it lasted briefly and he was stopped and he shifted policy. You know, in so many instances, he has lost in the court serially, not always as, you know, to the extent we'd like. So, you know, this is not Benito Mussolini or Adolf Hitler. Maybe there's fascism in all of us. We hurt others, you know, who are different, and that's a long American tradition that doesn't require us to look abroad or to Europe or, you know, to invoke 1933 or Adolf Hitler. So, you know, my basic worry is that the labels distract us, and in particular, they're about like getting us off the hook when we ought to, check ourselves and figure out how, in a way, we made this situation possible. Trump is us, and I just don't think it's accurate or helpful to say we're in a fascist, country right now. Least of all, if we're trying to convince those gettable voters in November. I mean, I don't want to be called a fascist if I'm on the fence.
Right.
Rather, I want my interests acknowledged, and that has to do with the shortcomings of elite rule, neoliberalism, endless war, the kinds of things that have made the states in which Trump won, for all of their, endemic American racism, righteously angry about, the policies that have lasted most of our lives.
All right, so that was a really great interview, I think, from Katie Halper with law professor Samuel Moyn. Check it out. I'll drop a link in the description box below, and definitely check out the full interview. It was really informative. It's like an hour and a half long interview. We watched about 10 minutes of it together there, and you learn a lot just in those short few minutes. But definitely check it out. It's well worth your time if you can watch the full thing. So I definitely, I loved the term Trump washing, and I think it's something that I've pointed out and I talk about in my own, on my own time. And it's just this idea that like a lot of liberals, tend to fall victim to, where they will just sort of and I have friends and family that have done this, and it's just like they attribute everything to as if it's just Donald Trump, and acting like Donald Trump is the cause of all of this stuff. And if that's your analysis and you believe Donald Trump is the cause of racism in America, and if you believe that, then your analysis is going to tell you that if you simply get rid of Donald Trump, you can end racism in America. Like that's, I kid you not, it might sound ridiculous to some people, but that's how some people actually think, unfortunately. And so you have a set of folks that are just, they're very much convinced that Donald Trump is the cause of all of these ailments, and that if they simply get rid of Donald Trump, it's going to somehow, change this. And what, Professor Moyn was talking about there was that, well, in his estimation, based on the, legal precedents and his, just as from the perspective of a legal scholar, he says that a lot of the rules that led to this that have been set up under other past, presidencies and with Democrats. There's this, Chris Hedges famously fought a case against Barack Obama, and it was something about this Posse Comitatus Act, and it essentially gives the military the right to commit acts of war against U.S. civilians on U.S. soil. And they Obama put it through, and Chris Hedges fought him in court and unfortunately lost. And this law became, this act became law. And then Donald Trump became president. All of a sudden, now Donald Trump is president, and the military is allowed, based on this Posse Comitatus Act, is allowed to, take U.S. civilians into custody to, again, commit acts of war against the U.S. civilians on U.S. soil. And so, check it out, and you'll see. And so we have to reckon with that and realize that if we keep on playing this game and just bouncing around power back and forth, and if our focus is Mr. Gerardo's of just worrying about whether our team gets to pick the winner at the time, then it's this limited focus where we end up voting against our own interest, and also maintaining a focus on spending all of our energy on, who are we going to get to be the ones in power, to be ruling over us, instead of being well, we just don't want anybody ruling over us anymore, and making that the goal. So all right, that's a lot on it, but just wanted to cover all of that. I think that, what's going to happen to our seat is we're going to see Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump push through somebody before January, before the inauguration. And if Trump wins, then there's no question about it. I mean, obviously they'll select the next Supreme Court justice. And if he loses, I still think that they'll select the next Supreme Court, that he'll select the next Supreme Court justice, and that the Democrats will hem and haw, but will do nothing to actually stop it. And if we continue to get tied up in these arguments, we will never get to the point where we're not beholden to the system, and we have to actually make fundamental changes to the system. All right, so moving along here, because I spent a lot of time on that first story, a lot of time. I did not mean to, sorry. All right, please do me a favor if you haven't already and you're watching this still, please do me a favor and like, subscribe, and share. Hit the like button right down below if you're watching this on YouTube. That just helps the algorithm, helps more people see it. So do us that favor and help out in that way. Support the show with just a like. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and share this out wherever you can, far and wide, so we can grow this channel. And we are growing, and we're growing faster and faster every day. So it's really awesome to see. So thank you so much to all of our community for being here with us. FL says, hey, I'm trying to tip on coffee, but it's taking so long to process my payment and doesn't appear to be going through. Oh no, I'll give it another go though. Thank you so much, FL. I really appreciate that. We really, 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 really appreciate that. Thank you so much, FL. So, and hope that it's working. I'm not sure what's up with that. We can certainly check into it and see if everything's, operating smoothly on their end, but sorry about that. And thank you for the support and for trying. I really do appreciate that. We all appreciate that. So thank you so much. Tammy says, hey X, we saw the logo options and we're actually trying out one of them in the stream right now as a watermark, LOL. Planning on replying to you soon via email with more detailed thoughts. Yeah, sorry, but I actually, we were testing them out on the stream earlier, and I set up the stream and then I forgot to take it down. So honestly, I don't know, just show it right now. Yeah, if you guys can see it over here, it's right there. So this is a new logo that X worked on for us. So let me know what you think. If you like the new logo, if you think it's better than the existing logo, and let me know what you think. So we're definitely trying it out for a watermark here. And honestly, it was my fault. I was we were testing them out, and then I just totally forgot that it was still sitting up there. So, but it's still cool. And so thank you so much to X, really massive shout out to X for helping us out with that, and for doing a whole bunch of, work to give us different, some different designs of a logo, new logo. So really appreciate that. And also, What Up America has done some work for us, and really just appreciate everyone for all the support in the community. It's amazing, and it's just really appreciated. So thank you so much to everyone for doing that. All right. And yeah, X says, oh, sweet. Great. We can tweak it as we go. Just let me know what you want. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we got to mess around and figure out with our thumbnails and see how it works on thumbnails. So we still got to try it in those realms and see about sizing it up there and stuff. But we'll check it out and we'll get back to you. X says, planting food today on the farm: passion fruit, avocado, Cape gooseberry, lemon, tangerine, bananas. Wow, I'm so damn jealous. Oh, I farmed for about 3 years of my life in Jamaica, and it was 3 of the best years of my life, and I miss it so much. And just eating fresh food and breathing clean air, and the work is just so rewarding to to pick a coconut from a tree you planted, or to just eat a piece of corn that you planted, potato. Just delicious. It's awesome, and it's amazing. And everything that went into a pot and where it grew, and it's a beautiful feeling. So everyone should have the ability to do that through local sustainability. I wish, I pray, I hope. All right. Any more? X says, need to prepare for the future. Yeah, that's so true. So true. I agree. And we need more local sustainability, more movements for that. So up next, we're going to get into another story soon. All right, so yeah, this is another story coming up that was brought to our attention by one of the members of our community, Brian Dew, one of our Patreon supporters in our Discord server. If you would like access to our Discord server, all you need to do is become a Patreon subscriber for as low as $5 a month. So if you do the $5 or more, anything over that, you'll gain access to our Discord server. We'll send you an invite. So please, I need your support. Please support the show. Help us to continue to exist and to grow by heading over to patreon.com/radical democracy. There's a link in the description box below, and you can see it right below me here. And just head over there, and whatever you can afford, a few dollars a month, please support the show, support independent media. Really need your help. We are getting really close to being able to monetize on YouTube, which is really awesome. So we are less than 250 hours away. So less than 250 watch hours away from being able to monetize our channel. Hopefully, honestly, we're not guaranteed to be able to monetize. In fact, we kind of believe that we won't be approved for monetization initially because we have some cannabis themed content on the show. Okay, Tammy says no. Okay. But just know we'll talk to you about it in our Discord server. If you're on a Discord server, we'll chat about it there where we can chat freely. So please subscribe to our Patreon so that you can gain access to that Discord server and talk to us about these things. And so patreon.com/radical democracy. Please support, please help out. If you want to just do a one-time tip, like what FL is saying, although I'm not sure if it's working right now, hopefully it's working, but in place of our super chat, please head over to coffee.com/radical democracy. Also link in the description box below. It's ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Please support the show. We need it. It's the only way we get to keep going and to keep doing this thing. So we will need your support if you can afford it, and only if you can afford it. Don't stress out otherwise. So we appreciate whatever other support you're able to lend. If it's just a like and a subscribe and a share, that is also deeply, deeply appreciated. Okay. So, all right. Our next story was brought to our attention by Patreon supporter Brian Dew. And thank you so much to Brian for bringing this to our attention. This was not on my radar, and it should be moving forward. But the U.S. Census Bureau recently released okay, let me do that again. Sorry, just for the sake of when I cut this video up later. So let me do that again. The U.S. Census Bureau recently released their 2019 poverty report, and there was a ton of interesting information in this report. And so I wanted to take a look at this with you and show you some of the sort of the highlights and just what it, tells us, and, just what we should note about this. So it's a really, this is an annual report that the U.S. Census Bureau puts out, and they look at both the year 2019 as well as the past 10 years and do some comparisons of the data and give us a nice digestible report. So let's take a look at some of the findings of that report. First, let's just look at what they've noted as highlights to the report, and then we will take a look at some of the specific findings. So 1 second while we pull that up. Okay. So these were the highlights from it's called the Supplemental Poverty Measure for 2019, and this is put out by the U.S. Census Bureau. So these are the highlights. In 2019, the overall supplemental poverty measure rate was 11.7%. So just to be clear, the supplemental poverty measure is a new measure that they use. There's the official poverty measure in statistic. That's what's used on for all the purposes of federal funding and those sorts of things. So for funding these programs, they use the official measure, but the U.S. Census Bureau in the past few years has been also putting out this supplemental poverty measure, which instead of just using just the cash income from the official rate, they use a more complex set of metrics in order to calculate what they believe to be a more accurate calculation of the poverty rate. So this report includes both the official numbers and the supplemental poverty measure. So in 2019, the overall supplemental poverty measure rate was 11.7%. They're saying that that's 11% of all people in the United States were in what they would consider in poverty. And this was 1 percentage point lower than the 2018 supplemental poverty rate of 12.8. So overall, it's seeming to be declining. And SPM rates were down for all major age categories: children under age 18, adults age 18 to 64, and adults age 65 and older between 2018 and 2019. In fact, as we'll see, the poverty rates were down across all official rates were down across every single category that they measure. So the supplemental poverty measure rate for 2019 was 1.3 percent pointage higher. The supplemental poverty measure rate for 2019 was 1.3 percentage points higher than the official poverty rate of 10.5%. So the supplemental rate showed a slightly higher poverty rate than what's being shown in the official rate. So unfortunately, the official is what's being used to calculate all of our social services. But if we eventually do adopt the supplemental poverty measure, then essentially that would mean an increase in funding to all of those social services that rely on these statistics. So these things are important for outcomes for people. So there were 16 states plus the District of Columbia for which supplemental poverty measure rates were higher than official poverty rates. So 16 states plus the District of Columbia, 17, that would be 17, for which the SPM rates were higher than the official poverty rates. 25 states had lower rates, and 9 states they were not statistically significant. We can check out a map so that you can see, because it's interesting to see which states had the higher rates and which states actually showed lower rates with the supplemental poverty measure. So Social Security continued to be the most important, and this is the most important point here. But Social Security continued to be the most important anti-poverty program, moving 26.5 million individuals out of poverty. Refundable tax credits moved 7.5 million people out of poverty. So Social Security, they're saying, is the most important anti-poverty program that we have that they're measuring here, and they measure on every conceivable major program or tax as well. And they say Social Security far and away, and so we'll check out a chart here that actually shows exactly exactly how much each measure sort of affected poverty. So we'll look at a series of measures here. So let's take a look at one of the charts. This is one of the charts that they released along with the report. You can check this all out. We'll drop links to this in the description box. This is at the census.gov is sort of the main site where this is located, but I will drop a link shortly. Give me one moment. So I just dropped a link in the chat there. Oh, I should have dropped it in the Twitch chat too. I'll do that. All right, just dropped a link in the chat there for y'all. And we'll get one in the description box as well. So, all right, so let's check out this report. Just look at this chart here. And so this is the change in number of people in poverty after including each of these different elements here. So as you can see, so this was, again, released by the U.S. Census Bureau along with the poverty report. And this is just one of the charts that they provided along with the report. And it says, this is figure 8. And it says the change in number of people in poverty after including each of these elements, right? So this is how much with each of these elements, each of these factors considered, how much did this affect poverty, each one of these factors. So they measured things like, they tested on Social Security, refundable tax credits, SNAP, housing subsidies, child support received, school lunch, unemployment insurance, workers' comp, WIC, child support, federal income tax, FICA tax, work expenses, and medical expenses, right? So they measured, they checked on all of these measures, and of all of these, Social Security, by and far, I mean, just nearly 3 times as much as the next closest factor, it was able to keep people out of poverty. So it kept, this is measuring in millions of people, 26.5 million people were kept out of poverty because of receiving Social Security. Now, I would argue we would keep far more out of poverty if we simply provided Social Security to every single citizen, just lower the Social Security age from 65 down to 0 and have Social Security for all, essentially a universal basic income. And I would argue that that would keep many more people out of poverty. And so it's a shame that we only provide that to people, with that are 65 and older, or with disabilities that can no longer work. I wish we would provide it to everyone. And so there's also refundable tax credits kept 7.5 million people out of poverty. So SNAP benefits kept 2.5 million people out of poverty. Housing subsidies, that's like Section 8, that kept 2.6 million people out of poverty. School lunch kept 1.2 million people out of poverty. So just having school lunch being provided kept 1.2 million people out of poverty. And that is damn, that just says why we need at least 2 meals a day provided to every single student free of charge. It should be provided universally and paid for through our taxation, just pay for it with taxes. We can cover that very easily. We don't have to raise taxes on lower income people or middle class people. We can just tax the rich and pay for school lunch. We shouldn't have school lunch debt in this country, but school lunch keeps 1.2 million people out of poverty, and kept 1.2 million people out of poverty in the year 2019. Now for some things that, put people into poverty, unfortunately, were, they said, federal income tax, of course, though that's, federal income tax and FICA taxes are Social Security and Medicaid. So that's a double-edged sword there, right? Because you see it's keeping people out, but then on the same, in some regard, it also put some people into poverty, having to pay into it that aren't receiving it yet, right? So some people are paying into these things. They're not receiving those benefits, but they're paying in right now. And so it's causing some people, these are going to be your lowest income people here that are working, the people at the lower end of the income spectrum are going to be falling into that trap there and falling into poverty because of those taxes. And so for that, the solution is you need to not to lower taxes on people below a certain level of income. We should be lowering taxes for people that are in lower income brackets, lower the taxes on those folks and increase taxes and just raise the cap on the FICA tax. That's a clear and easy one. Right now, there's a cap on the FICA tax at around $137,000 a year, I believe. If you make more than $137,000 a year, any dollar over the $137,000 doesn't pay, and you don't pay any FICA tax on that. Just remove that cap. Why are the people that are making more money having to pay less of a percentage of their check? So that's not fair that most people make far less than $137,000. And so they have to have, all of their money is being taxed for every dollar they make. You make 1 million in 1 year, you only $147,000 gets taxed. You make 1 million over the course of 20 years, and every single dollar in that $1 million gets taxed. How is that fair for the poor person? That makes no sense. So then you have work expenses, which is wild, and medical expenses being the number one factor that put people into poverty. So Social Security, number one thing that keeps people out of poverty. Medical expenses, number one thing that put people into poverty. So in work expenses, number two. So people work, the expenses you incur from going to work, and then the medical expenses you incur from working all the damn time, into the point that you gain all these damn medical conditions, right? So, and of course we have no Medicare for all, no universal healthcare system. So we allow people to go into we allow medical debt to put somebody into poverty in this country. So that is a shocking chart there, and something that should alarm us, in both directions. One, at the importance of, make us pay attention to the importance of programs like Social Security and things like Medicare, and things that, are these universal programs. So, Social Security being such a crucial program, and you have people like the Republicans constantly attacking it. And then the Democrats, Joe Biden said that he proposed a total freeze of spending on all of those programs, including Social Security. And so he's advocated in the past, not once, not twice, not three times, but on more than 4 separate occasions, he said that he has argued to freeze all spending into Social Security, which would cripple those programs. No, sorry for the really terrible pun, not intended. And sorry, that was terrible. But so, even the Democrats have sat by for most of the time and allowed the Republicans to attack Social Security. And then in some cases, some of them have advocated for destroying it themselves, and they just dress it up in different ways. But they'll talk about, we have to talk about, we can't spend into those programs. And that's defunding those programs, and it's going to cause those programs to fail. And then if there's no funding for them, then they can't support these people and keep them out of poverty. So you got Social Security keeping people out of poverty, and you got medical expenses pushing them into poverty. The number one factor, 7.7 million Americans in 2019, 7.7 million Americans were forced into poverty because of medical expenses. Is that not? Geez, like, this is a new number that I need to be incorporating when I'm thinking about, I talk about how, lack of health insurance, it kills, almost 50,000 Americans a year by conservative estimates. Nearly at least 50,000 people, 47,000 people at least a year die with no health insurance. Then you have over 500,000 going bankrupt, but here you have 7.7 million being pushed into poverty. Over 7.5 million people being pushed into poverty because of medical debt. That's, to most people in places outside of America that are watching this, that is a baffling statement to make. That is completely absurd to most people. But here in America, only in America, you got folks that literally are, we're talking about, Jesus Christ, that's like, what is that? 2% of the country right there. 2% of the country was pushed into poverty because of medical debt. Jeez, like, that's, what the hell? Whoa. So yeah, that's what we got. So that was one thing that I wanted to highlight. let's take a look at some of these other charts that they released with this, because these were all some pretty striking stuff here. So one thing that we mentioned, so I'll just show it really quickly. This one is just something that we mentioned, and they mentioned in the highlights, but you can see that this is the change in percentage of people in poverty using the supplemental poverty measure. And so this is showing just how many people, based on supplemental poverty measure, which direction was there a decrease or increase in poverty for that demographic. And so they break it down on all these different demographics: male, female, under 18 years, different ages, types of unit, like married, cohabiting, female reference persons, male reference person, so female led household, male led household, race and Hispanic origin, education and work experience. And they break it down on all those factors, and across the board, no matter what factor they were measuring based on, no matter what demographic, poverty was down across the board. And this trend has been going on since around 2016, 2017. I think we can take a look at the chart that shows that as well. So this is another one that I said I would show, and this is just the map of the states where poverty rates, how this is the differential between the supplemental and the official rate. So this is showing where the supplemental is higher than the official rate and where it's lower than the official rate. So this would tell you how it would change and how we might, and where we might be overestimating right now or underestimating potentially, according to the supplemental poverty measure, how we're and this is again just based off of more complex factor like cost of living in an area and not just cash income. So of course, I think anyone would agree, depending on where you live, $10 can buy you different amounts of things, whether you're in a city in California or like rural Iowa. So I think that is just different. I think most people would agree. So here's just a map showing those differentials. Just see that real quick. So you can see that it tend to be the places where it seems to be higher, the supplemental would be higher, is like a lot of the like sort of coastal areas, I would say, just looking at the map. California, Oregon, Washington, it's the same. So and then all of like New England, essentially, except for Maine, is all being the supplemental shows higher rates than what the official currently shows. So that would mean a lot of this, where you're seeing major cities, typically like large cities, bluer places, it seems like generally the coasts are sort of being along the coast. It seems like it's being poverty is currently being underestimated according to the supplemental poverty measure, and in the Midwest, sort of in the center of America, it's more. It seems to be, according to the SPM, it's being overestimated in those places because and I would argue this as somebody that's lived in both a rural and urban areas in my life. I lived in rural Jamaica and I lived in urban Boston, Massachusetts, and I've seen what the big difference is when you live in a city. You need money to eat. Like when I lived in a rural area where I lived in Jamaica, where I was farming and I lived on a farm, and what X is talking about there in the comments, like when you live and you can farm your own food, a dollar means less to you because you're not relying on money to eat. If you don't have to rely on money to eat, that's a major hurdle to overcome right there. So money isn't as important when you're living in certain rural areas and you have more control over your own food and growing your own food and raising your own farm animals and that sort of thing. You have much more control, and money isn't as critical. If you have a plot of area and you're in rural places, it's not such. There's certain places that are, it's less. You can go set up and go, chop enough wood and build up a house somewhere and nobody's going to say anything. You can't do that in Boston, Massachusetts anyway. You can't just go build a home anywhere you want. Every inch of land is owned by some entity. And so you would have, police would be at your, front door before you could build it. So, money is different. It has different impact in those places. And so I think that that's what the supplemental poverty measure is showing us there. And I know that this will be taken as like, oh, it's a liberal and the liberals just want to, say the Midwest isn't as poor as it is, and their poverty is somehow worse. And that's not what they're trying to do. And these are just like scientists trying to, mathematicians trying to compute the statistics. That this is the U.S. Census Bureau, and this is, Donald Trump is in control of this organization, this institution right now. So it's not like some super liberal entity or anything like that. And all right, so let's check out one other. I thought one of the other like really important charts here. So, and yeah, so all right, just want to make sure that I hit all those. Yeah, all right, let's check out one last chart here. All right. So this is figure 3 from the U.S. Census Bureau's 2019 poverty report. And in this one, this is the chart for percentage of people in poverty by different poverty measures. So this just shows, based on certain metrics, how many people that fit that metric, what's the percentage of people that fit that metric that are in poverty. So of all people across the board, it's 10.5% is the official poverty rate, and that's what they highlighted initially. So this is where that comes from. And for all people in the country, in the US, 10.5% of all people are in poverty, according to the official measure. According to the supplemental poverty measure, 11.7% are in poverty. So it's a 1.3% higher rate. So but what you can start to see is based on different metrics, how much sort of more likely are you than the official, than the sort of average rate are you based on certain metrics. So for instance, if you're a male, you're only you only have a 9.4% chance of being in poverty, so lower than the official rate. If you're female, then your poverty rate was 11.5%, so a slightly higher rate. So there, you're slightly more likely to be in poverty if you're female than male. If based on age, it's like there's 14.4% and we're looking at the official numbers for this. You have a 14.4% chance of being in poverty if you're under 18 versus and it just goes down as you get older, as people get older. So 9.4%, 18 to 64 years, and then 65 years and older is 8.9%. So those are slightly below the official rate, but children, it shows that children are people under 18 years old are disproportionately being impacted by poverty, right? So this is disproportionately impacting people under age 18. You'll also see some other data that like the married couples are it's pretty much the most significant correlating factor to low poverty is being married. So now, so if you're a married couple, you have a 4.5% chance of being married and being in poverty. So now versus say a male reference person, that's a male led household, that has about twice as high of a chance, twice as likely if you're just a, unmarried male is the head of household, then that's a 10% chance. And then it once again doubles if it's a female reference person or, female head of household, 22.9% chance there. And so, but what people will look at that and say is immediately draw the conclusion that like that's causation there. Oh, the right wing likes to say this. They'll say, oh, well, just get married and then you won't be poor. But what we're very likely seeing here, and what we all know we're seeing here, is correlation, not causation. If anything, the causation is in the other direction, right? Because you're poor, you can't get married, right? Because you're poor, you can't afford to get married. And so that's where the causation likely lies. It's not that just getting married is suddenly going to get you out of poverty. It's just that if you're not in poverty, you're just much more likely to be able to get married. So female-led households was actually of all the types of units, female-led households was actually the most likely to be in poverty. And I think that we could get into, again, causation and stuff like that, but it's very nuanced there. So interestingly, of all the measures for the differentials between the official measure and the supplemental poverty measure, there was the cohabiting partners is a real outlier. The supplemental poverty measure, by the supplemental poverty measure, the cohabiting partners is almost half as likely. So it was like 1 in 5 cohabiting partners under the official metric are considered in poverty. 1 in almost 10 under the supplemental poverty measure are considered in poverty under the supplemental poverty measure. So, of course, when you look at race and Hispanic origin, nothing surprising there because of systemic racism in this country. Now, one thing that we have to note immediately is that they don't account for statistics for some reason for indigenous people. Maybe the sample size is too small because of the systematic genocide that was done against those people in this country, but for reasons I'm not 100% clear on, they do not include indigenous people, Native American origin on this. And so just something to note that these statistics sort of erase them off of here, and that's unfortunate. There may have been statistical reasons, like there was not enough people to gather statistics on. I don't know. That seems a bit unlikely to me, and a bit far-fetched, but for some reason they're not included here. So maybe our economics correspondent, Brian Dew, if they're in the building with us here, Brian, feel free to let me know if you know why they do not include indigenous folks here. So so as we see, unsurprisingly, Black people are disproportionately the number one race most likely to be in poverty. 18.8%, almost twice as likely, almost twice the national average. So being Black in this country makes you almost twice as likely to be in poverty than what is the national average. The Hispanics, Latino of any race Hispanic of any race was at 15.7%. The numbers actually flip under the supplemental poverty measure. So under the supplemental poverty measure, Hispanics of any race are actually at 18.9% higher than the 18.3% of Black folks under that measure. So, but by the official measure, it's still shows, in either way, it's for both of them under the supplemental measure, it's nearly twice the rate of the national average. And so that's offset by, of course, white folks and folks identifying as Asian being a little bit lower than the national average of 10.5%. So then they just also break down by educational attainment. This, of all the supplemental measures, the having no high school diploma was the number one indicator of poverty of all the supplemental factors at 27.5%. So that would be the number one indicator under the supplemental measure of likelihood to be in poverty, would be having more than a high school diploma. Having no high school diploma would be the number one indicator of that. Under the supplemental measure, under the official measure, the number one indicator of poverty was someone who did not work at least 1 week. And that kind of sounds like, obvious. You didn't work at least 1 week. Of course you're going to be poor. But that says something. That means that people that are in poverty are most likely to be there because they don't have a job. And so these are people that are aged 18 to 64 that should be in the workforce, and they're not working for some reason. And so I'm willing to bet, whatever I have, that those people are, by and large, they're people that would love to work if they could get a job, but they just can't find work, or can't work for some other reason. So yeah, those were the, that's the breakdown by different demographics. So yeah, just I think, something that is definitely an interesting report to look at, to get a feel for poverty in America. We don't talk about it enough. It's not spoken about enough. And so I think that it's important to cover any chance that we get to highlight this and to show that it's not something like, foreign and far away from us. This is going on right now within these borders, and we have to do more to support folks that are in this position of poverty. Excuse me one second. Excuse me. Sorry. Told you, got a little bit of getting over a cold here, so forgive me. All right. Let me just take a quick look. Oh, yeah. Something else I wanted to note there was that it said that of full-time workers, age 18 to 64, 2% of workers that are between age 18 and 64, 2% of those, by the official measure, 2% are in poverty, and by the supplemental measure, 4% are in poverty. So that means that 2% of people that work full-time are in poverty. And by the official measure, by the supplemental, it's 4%. That's like 1 in 50 people by the official measure, 1 in every 50 people that are working full-time all year round. So they work full-time all year round, and 1 in every 50 people working full-time all year round, at the very least, are in poverty. And by the supplemental measure, 1 in every 25 that worked full-time all year round are still in poverty somehow. What the hell? Like, that's insane. That's insane. You should not be able to work a full-time job and be in poverty. That's absurd. That's absurd. Just stop. Like, that shouldn't exist. So, but it does, because America. All right. Do we have any comments we want to get to? Brian, yes, Brian's in the building. Nice. Thank you so much, Brian. As we said before we started this story, Brian was the one that brought this to our attention. So thank you so much, Brian, for doing that. Shout out to Brian for making that happen. So Brian Dew says there is a bigger survey that captures Indigenous peoples, American Community Survey, but the questions asked aren't as good, and it's self-reported. Okay, this survey is from interviews. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, Brian, really appreciate you dropping this knowledge here. Really appreciate it. Brian Dew says, great job covering that. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. This was a really great report. It's filled with a ton of really interesting information. I spent just hours digging through this, and it's fascinating stuff in there. And so there's just a ton of great information in there. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, Brian. Really appreciate that. And please join our Patreon community. Please, everyone, join our Patreon community. Be like Brian, join our Patreon community. And if you join for anything over $5 a month, you get access to our Discord server. And so you can suggest different news stories to us, bring them to our attention, and hopefully they'll get covered on the show. We definitely want to build this is about democracy and radical democracy, and we want to build this a democratic media organization, and that means trying to incorporate the people into it in every way possible. And so allowing the community, doing these sort of community-led stories is certainly something that we want to do. We hope to have on another one of our Patreon patrons to talk about another story either tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on what we can work out with What Up America. So hopefully we'll have What Up America coming on the show to talk about the wildfire situation in the West Coast. And What Up America is living out there on the West Coast and has been keeping us informed there in the Discord server. So shout out to What Up America for making that happen. And we will definitely be covering that story with What Up America, hopefully on the show with us. And so looking forward to that discussion with them. Can't wait to make that happen. So thank you so much to our Patreon community. Please sign up at patreon.com/radical democracy. Links are in the description box below. You can sign up for as low as $1 a month. And, Brian here started $1 a month for us, and then made the huge step up to $5 for us, $5 a month. So thank you so much to all of our supporters for making that happen. We really appreciate you all. So thank you so much. All right. Do we have any other comments that we want to get to? Awesome. Mark McKeever says, bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kazoon tight. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm getting over a cold, and I wish I had not come down with it. And I wish I could have streamed on Friday, would have been there for that breaking news about RBG as well. And wish I could have been there to cover when that happened. Tammy says, my knowledge about census data collecting barrier for Asians is a little outdated, though, via 2018. So I don't know if it's changed much. 2017, my bad. That was referencing something that I think we missed, but that's okay. Tammy says, census data for Asians has been argued to be a poor representation of the population, no pun intended, because the data covers such a large group. Yeah, there's like, South Asians versus Southeast Asians, versus East Asians. And so, yeah, there's certainly tons of demographic differences that are just missed through this, that type of broad, painting people with such a broad brush. And there's been a petition from Arab Americans to have that be a part of that be included on the census as well. Tammy says, I forget, but there was a bill like 2 years ago that I don't know if it was getting traction or if it was just a Massachusetts thing to disaggregate the data for Asians, because if you look at it regionally for Asia, you see a lot of poverty rates being erased. Yeah, it's like by lumping in this, Southeast Asians with East Asians, you're sometimes just erasing out some of a lot of the differences in those groups. And so there is very distinct differences between those groups. Tammy says Asians are the least likely racial group to fill out the census, including the 2021. Wow, that's actually surprising to me. I would have thought that Latinos were the number one because of the attacks on them by like Trump and such, like you would think, but that's wild. That's probably just something, Yeah. Tammy says, not to mention a lot of undocumented Asians don't fill out the census. Yeah, I would imagine the same. The number one undocumented group in the country is Latinos. It's Mexicans, to be specific. We checked that data recently, Tammy and I. So Tammy says official poverty rates look at household income, correct? It doesn't fully encompass the amount of people living in one house, especially if some are undocumented. A lot of non-American immigrant cultures. Exactly. That's why they're really trying to move away from those official poverty rates. And really, it's only calculating in cash income. And so, I think they talk about I think it measures with like unrelated people under the age of 15 are included or something. So Brian might be able to extrapolate on that. I didn't quite understand that, and I was doing a little, so it's something I still needed to better understand about the data there. Tammy says, live with multiple generations in a household. Yeah, that's much more common. And immigrant communities in general, I think. Brian says it's adjusted for the number of people in the household / family. That's a big issue, though. People who have a family member who can't work for some reason are more likely to be in poverty. Yeah. Like having a lot of children or taking care of an elderly or disabled relative really puts people at a disadvantage, even though it shouldn't necessarily. Yeah, because you would think that that person would get the, help through social services to cover that, but sadly, because those social services are so lacking in this country, it ends up actually ends up putting a burden on the family members to, that are in the household with them. So Brian says, no problem. Thanks, super producer Tammy and Kamali. Yeah, that is our super producer over there, Tammy. Thank you so much. Shout out to super producer Tammy there. Really appreciate everything she does for this show. And it's really amazing. So I just will forever owe her a debt of gratitude. So All right. Any other comments we want to get to before we push along? Shin says, I watched an Andrew Yang video about healthcare that really offended me. Yeah, that doesn't. He said people should still have some skin in the game, meaning he still wanted people to pay copays for their healthcare. What does that mean? Have some skin in the game? Does he realize that it's literal skin in the game here? Like it's literal freaking skin here. Like that's not okay. Like no, you don't need to have skin in the game, quote unquote. Like the skin in the game is that, you know what? I'm a fellow human being, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be sick. I don't want my neighbor to be sick, because when you know, sickness spreads, like what the hell? When other people are healthier, also it makes a more productive society. People can achieve their full greatness. You know, people will be more productive. What the hell? Why do I need any more skin in the game other than it benefits all of the rest of society for me to be healthy and for my neighbor and everyone else to be healthy? So like that's such an absurd thing to say. This is not like what are you talking? That's what you say about like gambling and like a game. Like it's literally referring to a game. It's saying a game. This is not a game. This is people's lives. Stop. I hate people using like methodology, references to methodology is not the right word. I don't know what the hell word I was going for there, but methodology certainly was not it. But you know, just referencing stuff like that, like stop with that, these bad, like, no, cliches, like, you know, have some skin in the game. No, why? You shouldn't have, it's not a game, and you shouldn't have any, you know, skin in it. Like we put sweat equity into it. We contribute to society through, and we work in by being a contributing member of society. You will therefore be able to collect taxes from us. And when you collect taxes, you can collect the taxes for these services. So that's all the skin that we need. That's all the skin that we need. We don't need any more skin in the game. And that's a gross way to frame that. So totally on board with you, Shin. I think that's a terrible, awful way to frame it. And it's why these people, they don't support, if you don't support Medicare for all, like, I'm done. Like, I got no bandwidth for you. Like, it's just, you're not my ally on healthcare if you do not support Medicare for all. Straight up, Bernie Sanders improved Medicare for all plan. There is a bill. That's all you need to support. And if they don't, they are fraudulent to me. Or just have a bad reading of the economics on it. And so, and the morality of it as well, for sure. And why, you know, it's just like going to disproportionately damage poor people. Like, you don't think that poor people have skin in the game? You think that that's what they're missing? It's just that they don't have enough skin in the game. Like, that's why 500,000 people need to put enough skin to go bankrupt every year. We need that many people. We need 7.7 million people going into poverty because of, you know, their skin that we want to put in the game. Like, that's absurd, Andrew. Stop that nonsense. Shin says he said people needed to pay because some people are hypochondriacs, and he laughed. What the hell? Like, are you seriously? One, that's also a medical condition. So like, also I want that person being treated for that. So like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, to say, to try to like hone in on the like fringe ass case, the 0.00001% of people that are going to be like hypochondriacs. And also, like, if they are, I don't care. I don't want them to not, you know, I want them getting treated for the mental health condition of hypochondria. Like, and they need to be identified as such and then treated for such. And they can't do that if they don't have health care, Andrew. All right. Like, that's insane. X says, how about paying taxes to provide universal health care for everyone in the country? Isn't that skin in the game? Like, exactly. I'm totally with you. Like, what the hell? Taxes are not skin in the game now? Like, it's absurd. And it just makes no sense. And it's just not a logical argument whatsoever. It's just like, let me throw out a cliche and I don't have to back it up with any kind of factual evidence whatsoever. We've had skin in the game, and look what it's caused. 47,000 Americans dying every year without health insurance, over 500,000 going bankrupt, 7.5 million being pushed into poverty in 1 year alone. Like, F off with skin in the game, Andrew. All right. Mark McKeever says, hashtag Tammy Mike watch 2020. Yeah, we appreciate all the support. FL is trying to drop us some support on coffee and is trying to contribute to that Tammy Mike So we need Tammy with the mic in here. We need that. So please support us on coffee.com/radical democracy. We have a fundraiser goal right now set to get Tammy a mic. As soon as we hit the goal, we're going to grab a mic. So please donate whatever you can, $1, whatever you can afford. Honestly, just drop us a tip. It's taking the place of our super chat. So you can drop a comment in there and we will read your comment out on the stream. So please, support the show and support the cause. Get some representation for some women up on this show and get Tammy up in this. So yes, we would love to have her voice in here. Super producer Tammy, y'all. Shout out as always. And please, if you would like to support us even further, with a monthly contribution, patreon.com/radical democracy. Links are in the description box below. Please just click the link if you're lazy like me and head over there and sign up for as low as $1 a month. Just sign up for $1 a month right now. Do me that favor. Sign up for $1 a month. Support independent left media. In please $1 a month right now. And I promise you, after a month or two, you're gonna you'll want to up the donation because you will enjoy the content you get in here. I promise you. So please support the show. Start now. Don't hesitate. If you can afford it, $1 a month, please. And support us on patreon.com/radical democracy. Link in the description box below. Just open up the description box, click the link and go. And just do it right now. Don't hesitate, please, right now. I want to get one more subscriber on this stream. I want to be able to shout you out live tonight. So please sign up, subscribe on Patreon, and let us shout you out here live on stream. So we're keeping an eye out on our Patreon subscribers. If we get any new subscribers, we'll give you a massive shout out here. All right. Please also, as you saw there, like, share, subscribe. Please do so. Like, subscribe. You just hit the like button right now. If you can't donate, I understand hard times, but you can definitely hit that like button. So hit that like button, follow if you're on Twitch, and drop us a comment and let us know share your thoughts in the comments here in the chat. Love to hear what you're thinking. Love to hear from the community. So please drop us a line. All right. Any more comments we want to get to? Shin says, what do you think Dems should do to protect the Supreme Court from conservatives now that Ginsburg has died? So it's so tough. I mean, they need to do everything that they can in order to prevent Trump from nominating somebody and getting them to even get the nomination before, to even hold a hearing before the election. I think they should fight that at all costs. Do whatever they have to do. Don't show up. Say they won't show up. Say, whatever they have to do. Protest it in every way they can in order to say we won't even hear the initial vote. And of course, there are enough Republican senators to hold hearings with, right? And that alone won't do it, right? So they got to do more than that. They got to make themselves heard. They have to also sway some of those Republicans, right? They have to at least get a Susan Collins, a Lisa Murkowski. They have to get them on their side in order to, and a Mitt Romney even, in order to at least make it so that Mitch can't whip up the 51 votes that he needs to push this nominee through and to get them confirmed. So that's one of the first things that they need to do. And then they also need to, they're also going to need to then after that. And so if they can then hold out and all they have to do is just make sure that they don't allow them to be confirmed, whoever they are. Don't allow them to be confirmed before the election takes place, before November 3rd. So if they can hold off on that fight, then the next fight becomes, fighting them in order to not allow the confirmation during the lame duck session. And I think that that's going to be a much tougher fight because Trump's got nothing to lose. The Republicans are feeling like they're not going to be reelected and get back into power for a long time, potentially, if they lose this election here. And so they are going to be doing everything they can to push somebody through on that seat. And Mitch McConnell, I think that he is doing the political calculations right now and trying to whip up the votes right now in order to push this through. You can tell from the statement that we read from him earlier. So I definitely, I'm certainly concerned that they'll be able to put it through in the lame duck session. So that's the next fight that they would have to commit to, and that's going to be, they would have to argue, just use the Republicans' words. A lot of these Republicans, I think Cory Gardner in Colorado, I think might be another one of these votes, where they've come out in the past, and you can use their own words against them when they said they wouldn't do this in the final year of a presidency. They've all been on record saying this. For a lot of them, because of the Merrick Garland pick, this would be hypocrisy. They should draw attention to that hypocrisy and fight along those lines. And I think that there's a chance. I think that what they also need is the mass movements of people, right? They need people to be mobilized against their own senators. That's going to require people within different states actually protesting, making phone calls to their own senator saying, listen, I'm not going to vote for you. You will not get reelected. I will support candidates that are going to, are running against you and have a chance. Like, again, we've talked about the different races where that's a possibility. The one that really jumps out in my mind is Teresa Greenfield right now in Iowa. If you're not paying attention to that one, definitely check it out. The recent poll has her up 3 points on Joni Ernst. And, meanwhile, people are pouring money into the Amy McGrath race against Mitch McConnell. Like, give up on it. There's 0% chance that Amy McGrath is winning. And she's already down more than 10 points. And she just has zero chance running on the platform that she's running on, the lack of a platform that she's running on. And so don't waste your money there. If you're going to try to support candidates that can, flip a Senate to Democratic Senate, then you got to focus your energy and otherwise. Georgia has 2 elections that are closer than that. South Carolina, Arizona, Colorado, I believe. So there's a lot of other opportunities there in Iowa. Like we said, Teresa Greenfield against Joni Ernst. So lot of other places that people can put their energy. So. Good question, Shin. Appreciate the question. Thank you so much for that. All right. So, all right. For our next story, I'm actually going to bring on a guest as to talk about this story with me. So, our next guest, is today is going to be one of my comrades, partner in crime, Kwame Norville. We work on Raised Fist Media together. That is another YouTube channel that we're working on, and just trying to build Black left media. And that's more about focused around the tech industry, gaming, pop culture, and just seeing, viewing stories of that through a left-wing lens. And so Kwame's done a few segments with me in the past. We've done some work over at Raised Fist Media. You can find us on Twitter at Raised Fist Media, RAISED Fist Media, and also on YouTube at Raised Fist Media. And you can check out some of the work that we do there. Also on Twitch, same thing, Raised Fist Media. So check us out there. So once I get a thumbs up from Kwame and he lets me know that everything's good and that he can hear me and that and I know that he's here and he's ready, I will bring him on in. So just give me 1 second and we'll get Kwame in here, and then we'll do our next story. I think that he's just getting his mic situated there for us. So once Kwame's ready to go, we'll bring him in and we'll do the next story. Looks like we got. Okay. Hey, Kwame. All right. So here we have Kwame Norville, everyone from Raised Fist Media. What's up, Kwame? How's it going?
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yep. I can hear you great.
Awesome.
Well, Tammy will let us know. Let us know in the comments if you can hear us okay. Let us know if you can hear Kwame. If not, just give us a shout. Let us know in the comments there. So, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate you being here. There's a bunch of stuff, bunch of news recently that I wanted to talk to you about, and so this next story I actually saved it for when you got on here. So I wanted to talk first up about the recent news. There was a whistleblower who came out and whistle blew against ICE. It was a nurse at an ICE facility run by this LaSalle organization, and they run a bunch of these private these concentration camps, essentially these ICE concentration camps, these private detention centers, for-profit detention centers, migrant detention centers, and this nurse came out and whistle blew and said, first came out and talked about how they were mishandling people with COVID-19 at first, came out and whistle blew about that and said, they were mishandling patients with COVID-19. They were exposing staff to patients that had COVID-19 without their knowledge and without, the proper protection. They were giving them one N95 mask and having them reuse the same mask until the things broke. And even when the mask broke, they complained and asked for new ones. They were told they better fix it, and they had to make their own masks essentially and bring in their own masks, and they were not N95, which is what is supposed to be the safest against COVID. And so here we have this case of ICE. Now the nurse says that in addition to the COVID issues, that they were also performing forced hysterectomies on these migrant women without their knowledge, and essentially they were sterilizing women in these concentration camps without their knowledge. And so I just wanted to take a look at an article here that talks about this, and then we will, and then we can chat about this and we'll talk about not just this one case, because we hear a lot of we'll look at not just this case, but also a history of sort of the happenings in the US, and we'll talk about a few different cases of where that's happened. So first up on this, let's just go to this. So this is from The Intercept. This is from an Intercept article here, and it says, the long disgraceful history of American attacks on brown and black women's reproductive systems, alleged medical abuses on immigrant women's reproductive systems are as American as apple pie. And this is by Natasha Leonard on September 17th in The Intercept. And so, it says, forced sterilization of poor women of color is an American tradition. Rightful public fury has followed allegations this week that hysterectomies were performed on numerous women imprisoned at U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Irwin County Detention Center. According to a whistleblower, a nurse at the facility, the women reacted confused when they learned what had been done to their bodies. The allegations produced a flood of commentary. Some drew comparisons to Nazi Germany's eugenics sterilization programs. These commentators, however, did not need to reach so far across the globe. Some of the most extreme allegations echo a long and disgraceful history right here in America. The accounts of ongoing brutalities at ICE concentration camps may be a direct consequence of fascistic Trumpian excess, but if the whistleblower claims are proven true, they would be extensions of, not aberrations from, a wholly American practice of sterilizing populations deemed undesirable. President Donald Trump's administration did not bring white supremacist eugenic practices to U.S. soil. They have always been inherent to a country fixated on its borders and locking certain people away. It does an injustice to centuries of victims of sterilization to pretend otherwise. Like almost every report on detainee treatment at ICE concentration camps, the whistleblower complaint filed this week makes accusations of routine dehumanization. Dawn Wooten, a licensed practical nurse at a Georgia-based detention center, filed a whistleblower complaint to the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General that a doctor contracted to treat detained women had performed a seemingly high rate of hysterectomies. Wooten and one of the groups representing her, Project South, raised issues about the women giving what the complaint called a lack of proper informed consent before procedures. The Intercept was able to gather independent allegations from detainees and lawyers that were consistent with Project South's complaints. So they go on to just talk about some of the past of the history of this in the U.S. They say in the complaint to the Office of Inspector General, the whistleblower called the doctor the uterus collector, quote, a moniker seemingly ripped from the annals of notorious eugenicists. And such annals are part of very American legacy. The man dubbed the father of modern gynecology, J. Marion Sims, conducted experiments on enslaved Black women without anesthesia, but was nonetheless lionized in the 19th century with statues around the country. Only now are some of them being taken down, the mere beginning of a long overdue reckoning. So they go on to say, you know, eugenics programs directed at decimating the lives of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, particularly poor and immigrant communities, as well as people with disabilities, were an explicit part of the U.S. policy in the 20th century. 32 states maintained federally funded eugenics boards tasked with ordering sterilizations of women and sometimes men deemed, quote, undesirable. Tens of thousands of forced sterilizations were carried out nationwide last century. California's so-called asexualization acts, which led to 20,000 men and women losing reproductive capacity, were a direct inspiration to Nazi eugenicists. There is today one state, Adolf Hitler wrote, in which at least weak beginnings toward a better conception of citizenship are noticeable. Of course, it is not our model German Republic, but the United States. So there you have, you know, Hitler saying, listen, I'm taking my cues from America. Like there you can, you know, praising America for their better conception of citizenship than Nazi Germany. And so he, you know, here you have Hitler saying, no, he's learning from the American model on how to deal with race and population control. And so, yeah, this is something that when some people will look at it and say that it's some sort of aberration, and listen, this is terrible, horrendous, awful stuff we're talking about right here. And this has to be stopped. This cannot, this is utterly unacceptable. This has to be fought against, in every way, shape, and form. But we also shouldn't lack, a historical view of this and not recognize that this has been going on for a long time in this country. And if we just act like this is some sort of aberration, then it's as if, oh, just get rid of the one doctor and then you've solved the problem. No. This is a systemic issue here. And this has been going on not just, outside of the country's borders, but all across the US for a long time. And there's the history of it is a very racist, xenophobic history. And it's what led to genocide of indigenous peoples, and then mass sterilization separation of families, of indigenous families, and taking their children away, adopting them into white families, and trying to ethnically cleanse people in this way. And so some of the people, we should probably check out and look at some references from, they mentioned the father of gynecology, James Marion Sims. He's considered the father of modern gynecology. And this dude got his start by, abusing black slaves, black slaves, and black women who were slaves, and did this all, abuse these women without consent in many cases, and then without anesthesia, and because under the guise of this idea that black people didn't feel pain. And so some other examples that we can talk about are Henrietta Lacks is another example of a black woman whose cancer cells were taken without her consent, and those cells, known as HeLa cells, are now the most widely reproduced cell, and they're used there's almost if a lab is doing cell biology or anything like that, there is a good chance that they have some of those HeLa cells on hand. It's just there's not a person today, essentially, they say, that hasn't benefited in some way from those cells. And they were taken from, she had cervical cancer, and these cells were taken from her by her doctor without her consent, and then there was something special about the cells. Essentially, the cells were able to continue to reproduce. It was taken from a tumor, and so these cells have continued to reproduce. And whenever they would take cultures of cells before, they would always die outside of the body after a matter of time, and these cells just continue to reproduce new cells, and they continue to live. And so there's some estimates of like how much of her cells like have been reproduced, and like enough to like wrap around the world 3.5 times, and like I forget what weight, like 50 million tons is how much the cells would weigh if you added them all together. So this is a Black woman who wasn't given the ability to consent. She has children, and ancestors today, and then you also have like the Tuskegee experiments on like that were on against Black people that were for syphilis, and they did these really like fucked up things where they took a bunch of people that had syphilis at the time, and they just refused to treat them, and they were all Black people, and they came in and they said they were treating them, but essentially they weren't giving them any medicine for this, and weren't treating them for the syphilis, and just let them continue to let their bodies continue to degrade, and let their condition to continue to degrade until they died. And they just sat there and just like tracked these people in order to document the stages of syphilis. And so they just wanted to see how the disease progressed in people until death. And so they just chose, and they went around the area and told all the doctors not to treat any of these patients. And that was, another one that was just done historically against, Black people. There's been, and again, all these other ones are against Black women in particular. And so we could also talk about Loretta Ross as well, who is another woman who had a forced hysterectomy, forced sterilization, wasn't given, did not consent to it, and went in for another procedure, and then had a forced hysterectomy performed on her by her doctor. So yeah, let me just bring Kwame in here. So what are your thoughts on this initially? What was your reaction to this news, and how you feel about this? Oh, baby, he's muted.
It's really a lot.
Okay.
It's really a lot of exactly like you said. The thing that really, not to laugh, because it's obviously not funny. It's that irritated laugh or chuckle that you get. The thing that's so frustrating about it is to see people say, like, this isn't normal. This isn't normal. This is a never-ending thing we've heard the last couple years. Homie, this is as American as apple pie, baby. This is America. We've been doing this for so long. And it's frustrating. And I know that we've discussed this. I haven't said it on air, but that's really why I wanted to, do Raise Fist Media, because I realize there's just so much that people are just absolutely unaware of, is so ingrained in us. And like we even see it in our pop culture, our movies and our TV, and it completely baffles us. Or that's how, like, we look at Watchmen taught people about the Tulsa bombing. I know that you haven't checked out Lovecraft, but it's funny that you should mention this, because Lovecraft Country actually has an episode that kind of touches on the medical treatment and experimentation of Black people, and the things that doctors did to us without our consent to push medicine forward. And I found that fascinating. I don't know if I'm misremembering the timing, but I feel like that episode came out days before this broke, and it was just so fitting that it was looks like it was a Black woman who happened to be the whistleblower on this, because it's just it's so like do I even get surprised? Do I eat like this is medicine? The medical industry it's built on racism, the same way that like every other system in this country is. And people wonder why African American people, so specifically Black people, are so untrusting of the medical industry a lot of the time. But when you look at things like Tuskegee, what they did to Henrietta Lacks, it's just like, how can we not feel some reservation when dealing with them? You know, whether it's like you mentioned, we don't feel pain, which I remember I saw a study a couple like weeks, maybe a couple months ago that they did, and doctors were still believing this nonsense that Black people have higher pain thresholds in a study that they did this year. So it's just like I'm stunned that a lot of people are seeing this, and this is them understanding and learning this. It's just like when this whole thing started with ICE putting people in these camps, and they were like, oh my God, how could America? This isn't like us. Just ignoring what we did after, you know, in World War II, when you know George Takei came out and mentioned it, when we had the internment camps here. Why are we still acting like this is all brand new? It's like I saw a meme. It was so on point. That was Nazi. It was America copying the test of Nazi Germany. And then I saw the updated correct meme, and they put America in front of it, and it was America copying Nazi Germany, copying America, which is what it actually was. It's just, it baffles me, and we have to do better. And this is the thing that really frightens me with the things that Trump has been saying lately about teaching patriotism as this thing, because we already have got such a whitewash, sanitized, not true view of history, that when people say things like, oh, the police would never blow up a Black community. Excuse me? They would never have concentration camps on American soil. We would never take part in eugenics and forced sterilization. You guys are just asleep, man. Like,
yeah, it's ahistorical for sure.
We've been doing it for so many years and for so long. Like, we just, I'm just stunned by. I'm not stunned by it. I'm stunned by people's reaction of it. And again, like you touched on, it's the many intersections that get lost in this. Like, not even just in this ICE situation, but in medicine as a whole. When you look at like the effects that it has on Black people, and then the ableism and the forced sterilization that can still occur for people who have disabilities. And they always get left behind in these conversations. And it's just, I'm just disgusted to no words.
Yeah, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't surprise me that this is going on at a for-profit, you know, detention center. Like, I think that is also like a massive issue behind this that we have to address, is that we're incentivizing the you know, the harm, the detainment, the, you know, the abuse of, you know, migrant people, immigrants, you know, people trying to seek asylum to this country. We are incentivizing ICE is literally, there is currently a lawsuit, an active lawsuit that was allowed to proceed. So the judge or whatever looked at it and said, oh yeah, you've got enough evidence here to proceed forward, at least on a case against ICE, alleging that there's slavery going on, in that ICE is, you know, participating in you know, they got people, you know, doing slave labor in these ICE detention centers. And it's like, just like we're saying here, it's like, it's the most unsurprising thing somebody could ever point out to me, because I'm like, you know, if anyone's read our 13th Amendment, it literally carves out an exception for slavery, and it's been happening to Black and brown people in this country and poor people in this country for, you know, as long as organized, you know, law enforcement and prisons have existed in this country. We've had the you know, legal slave labor. Whenever we have somebody detained, we feel like we have the right to take away all their rights as a human being, and to to make them less than a human by making them a slave of the state. I mean, that's you're considered state property, and you are literally beholden to the state and made to do slave labor. So it was the most unshocking. It's disgusting. It's horrendous. It must be stopped. But it was totally unshocking to me to hear that they were being sued for slave labor. It's like, of course, this is exactly what they do. Whenever we have these for-profit, prison institutions, it's literally it's incentivized for them to extract labor from these people. And so, yeah, you got this going on in ICE. And I think that the fact that it's a for-profit institution is definitely a part of the issue here.
Certain things should never be for profit. We see it every time that when certain things get to be for profit or when money gets involved, things go sideways. When you look at everything going on right now with the opioid crisis, and we look back to like the pharmaceutical companies lining the doctors' pockets to overprescribe it, they had profit in mind. Look at what happened. Any time when we have schools ran for profit, when we have anything, literally anything ran for profit, that should be a human need. And I would include our prison system as a human necessity, not prison, but rehabilitation. There needs to be some form of rehabilitation, accountability, justice, restorative justice. That's why I keep preaching that, because that is something that we need. We need to be able to handle those type of situations or issues that people have. A murder, theft. We have to find a way to handle those things, whether they be through community issues or if we do have some system to hold people accountable or restrain people, get them help, whatever. But something like that's for the good and betterment of society should not be done with for-profit in mind. Because when you do that, the main thing will always be the profit margin. You're always going to be looking at what makes the most money rather than what's doing the most good. And that again, it's completely unsurprising. Of course.
Yeah, you're going to say, the incentive becomes put more people in these camps. Let's get more people in these camps, because then we get to extract labor from them. We can use them for sick experiments, so that we just got this endless supply to the worst of, the worst kind of people. This is a private. So here you have a private detention facility contracting out a doctor. So this is a private facility now getting a third-party doctor on a contract basis to come and perform hysterectomies on patients without their consent. What the fuck? Like, that's so, like, just beyond, like, that is, that's an abuse of, you're literally abusing human beings there. That's an abuse of human beings that's happening with the use of taxpayer dollars. That's what our taxpayer money is going to. Does that feel like democracy to people? Did you get to vote on LaSalle getting to do this to migrant women? Like, did anyone have a vote on this or have a say on this? Like, this is what our tax dollars are being spent on right now, is literally abusing migrant women in these detention camps, and the men as well, through the use of slave labor. But that's just terrible. That's horrendous. And like, One
other thing that I was going to say, I feel like cannot be lost, is we have to, do a little bit better on like the conversation around things like eugenics. It gets really, I feel like we've stepped to a point where, like, especially like, the nihilistic crowd has gotten so like nothing matters, no one matters. What are we all doing? We all should be dead. There shouldn't be any children. Who cares? Like, it's like when you get to that point, then it becomes really easy to like start missing the mark on these kind of things. And I feel like that's definitely something, when I've heard people, like friends of mine, even say things like, oh, if you have a certain level of wealth, you shouldn't be allowed to have kids. If you can't pass this intelligence test, you shouldn't be able to have kids. Things like that are not to go into like a slippery slope fallacy, but literally that kind of like talking points and narrative normalizes this concept of eugenics. And we have to be really aware, because this is stuff that even I used to say in passing or joking around. But like, when you really get down to it, like, you're really literally advocating for eugenics. Like money should never be a reason. Class, race, mental capacity, like, to a degree, you know, like, I know there are certain situations where you may need to have abortions may need to happen because of some type of situation, but to wholesale say that this person doesn't have the mental capacity, we should just go ahead and sterilize them, you know, like, we have to change the narrative on that, you know, like, just be aware of those type of things. You know, it gets real easy before you realize, like, hey, wait a minute, that's only 2 steps removed from eugenics.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And I think that's to Tammy's point there, where Tammy says even the idea of poor people have a responsibility to not bring children into this world is a form of eugenics rhetoric, where
that is one of the worst.
Yeah.
One of the worst that never ceases to piss me off, you know, is that, like, we should all have that right, you know. It's the state, especially the state, never gets to make the decision of whether someone can have a child or not. That is that's way too far. That's way too goddamn far.
Yeah, and right wingers should support that, because that's, you know, if you're against big government, you know, a right winger should be against that, because you should be against big government, and there's nothing bigger government than, you know, the state being able to decide, you know, being in your bedroom and getting to decide, you know, what can happen between 2 consenting adults. And and so I don't want the state deciding that, and don't want state power in that way. No. And so I absolutely think that's even the rhetoric of it is dangerous to even have, you know, to hold that rhetoric. And I've seen recently people saying, I saw some, you know, blue check person on Twitter talking about just today, like, how you know, people that don't own land shouldn't be allowed to vote. Like, it was like, it blew my goddamn mind. I was just like, yo, are you kidding?
Did you see the follow-up? The follow-up where they were like, do you own land? And they were like, no, but I'd gladly give up my right to vote. I believe in this so much. And I'm just like,
yo, it was a woman too. And I was just like, yo, do you not realize that there was a time when we did that? It was called slavery. And like, are you serious? You seriously advocating that? Like, this is somebody who I know, I see.
It's so, like, you've got to be such a level of privileged and oblivious to be unaware of things like the poverty, like the gap in poverty, and like the medium income of certain races, and the land ownership of certain races, to think that wouldn't have an immediate overwhelming swing of giving certain types of people power over others if we did things based on ownership of land and stuff like that, especially when some people got a head start because other people couldn't own land for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I would say that's a bit of an issue. It's a bit of an issue, you know. And I mean, there's literally a time when that was the case, and that was called feudalism. You know, it was feudalism and monarchy. You know, and that's when we found all those people, and we went and we chopped their damn heads off, and we did away with that because we got sick of that system right there. So that's just madness. But yeah, you have these people that will literally like advocate for, you know, as if poor people don't deserve the full rights, and as if it's not a failure of society when a person's left so poor that they can't then afford to have a child. That's, you know, that's a failure of society, not of the individual.
That is definitely society's failure, not that person's failure. Absolutely. But I mean, it goes back, and I'm like, if I had to take a shot in the dark, I would be willing to guess a lot of it comes due to the whole welfare queen stereotype, them believing that the poors just have babies so they can collect money from the government while they go work hard, and most of it being fear about that. I would not be surprised at all if that's where a lot of that narrative comes from, especially from certain type of people who hold those talking points, because it's just like, it will never not baffle me. Like the government's only role in these type of things like sterilization is to make sure that if someone chooses to, that they have a safe and affordable means to do so. That should be your only damn place, is making sure that all people equally have that opportunity. Other than that, butt the hell out.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with that for sure. You have any other thoughts on that you wanted to share? I mean, or do we have any other comments we want to get to, Tammy? Tammy says, similar to testing birth control on incarcerated women and Puerto Rican women, because birth control, although it is a good thing in general, was another tool they wanted to use to regulate those communities. I read a statistic that I believe I jotted down here, that I believe it was 1/3 of Puerto Rican women between the age of 18 and 49 have been sterilized. Like, so I can check that statistic, but yeah, that's I came across that in the research I was doing. So that is like, absurd. That is for most people, their childbearing, years, 18 to 49, essentially. They're saying 1/3 of them have been, sterilized. And in many cases, it's without what they call like fully informed consent. And so these are people like not understanding what's happening to them and having this done. So this is not with their consent.
It's just
all right.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and we need to. So Tammy says they did forced / coerced / non-consensual hysterectomies on Black and brown women for a while now. Only came to light around the 50s or 60s, I think. It's population control for certain groups. It's eugenics, yeah. And for folks not familiar with eugenics, it's just that idea that you can, that some races are superior to others inherently, and then acting in order to try to preserve that power structure. So Tammy says Loretta Ross is a big figure in reproductive justice, not just rights, at approaching these issues through an intersectional and human rights framework, more inclusive of working class, people color, and queer and trans people. Tammy goes on to say, because originally reproductive rights / pro-choice in Roe v. Wade was / is very catered to white middle class women. Yeah, it's under the guise of like white feminism, as they say. So Shin says Francis Galton, who was a relative of Charles Darwin, created the idea of eugenics in 1883. Nice. Yeah. So didn't know that. Tammy says, thanks for the factoid, Shin. I'm not surprised it's connected to survival of the fittest, Darwinism. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's where you would get that kind of ideology permeating through. All right.
Absolutely disgusting. And I especially think that that was a very, very good point. Again, to say it all feeds into each other, bringing up that they did that testing on people in prison as well. Because like you said, it goes with the 13th Amendment, who gets put in prison more. It all goes full circle. And then you realize, again, it always comes down to, like, even though, like, poor people will be affected more. Like, I never like to take part in like class reductivism, because like when you look at it, it will affect certain races more because we are incarcerated at a higher level. So even when you look at it, even as a class thing, you still have to be careful of who it affects more, and also disabled people, again, people who are the forgotten part of the conversation. When you look at the gentleman who was just murdered by the police due to having a mental health episode, and the amount of how many people are locked up right now or in prison because they had a mental health crisis and didn't get the help that they needed, that are sitting in prison with some undiagnosed disability. These things like are all disability rights too. It's all ableism as well. It's all racism as well. And that is just something we have to be aware of, that these intersections matter, and not to forget the people who get lost in these conversations.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Daniel Prude is the name of, I believe that you were looking for, the name of the gentleman that was killed while, having a mental health episode, black gentleman, who was put into a coma by the cop and then died days later, never coming out of that coma. I comment there from X says, couldn't tip via coffee. Thank you so much for letting us know, X. That's super annoying. That's the second person that tried to tip us tonight that was unable to drop us a tip on coffee. So real shame on coffee for that. They let us down big time, unfortunately. But I know these are our loyal supporters here, and so they say, X says next time. Thank you so much, X, and sorry about that, and thank you for trying, and we definitely appreciate the support. So you can also support Raised Fist Media. Check out our YouTube channel, Raised Fist Media on YouTube, where me and Kwame cover new pop culture through a left-wing lens, and so yeah, please support us over there on YouTube, Raised Fist Media, as well as you can check out our Patreon there as well, patreon.com/Raised Fist Media, and drop us some few dollars on there. You could become a member for as low as $1 a month. We do appreciate the support over there. So if you are into video games, movies, pop culture sort of stuff, and want to talk about it with some leftists, please join us over there. Kwame's been in the middle of a move recently, so we have had to pull back a little bit from our content, but Kwame is in his new office space there, and we're going to be decking out the studio there, so we'll have some maybe behind the scenes stuff for you about that, and we are going to to continue to grow the channel over there. So please, we'll be back to launching some videos over on Raised Fist Media, so keep an eye over there, and we will definitely keep you updated over there. And you can always support this show here, patreon.com/Radical Democracy. And that's right now the only way that you can support us right now, because coffee's acting up and won't let you do the one-time tips. We are literally 250 hours away from being able to apply for monetization from YouTube. So that's 250 hours away out of 4,000 hours. So we're only 250 away. Stick around, keep watching. We're probably at about another 20 to 30 hours from this stream that we do right here. I'm guessing around 30 hours probably when all's said and done. So we are getting really close. We'll have some more live streams throughout the week, and just join us for those. Stick with us, and that's what helps for the channel to grow. Right now, that's the best. Our main goal right now is just getting to the point that we can apply for monetization. We're not sure we're going to get it, but we'll apply. Talk to us in our Discord server, and you can hear more about the behind the scenes going on with that. But join us on Discord. If you become a Patreon subscriber for more than $5 a month, you'll get access to our Discord server. For anyone else, if you can't afford to support us that way, please, if you're watching this video right now, I need you to just immediately hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're watching on your mobile, just close out the live chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then you can open the chat back up and continue to talk with us. So thank you so much to everyone for being here and for joining us tonight. We talked about RBG earlier and her passing. Kwame, I sort of shared my thoughts on that we covered that for a long time. But if you have any thoughts that you want to get off your chest or anything on it, feel free, if you have any thoughts on RBG and what that's the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg we're talking about there. For anyone just joining us, you can see my thoughts early on in the stream, but boy,
I have a lot of thoughts, but I feel like that was a heavy segment we just did, so I'm gonna go with one of my more lighter ones. If I see one more damn person put her in a photo with Chadwick Boseman, or if I see Ruth Conda trending anymore, I'm gonna fight y'all. Y'all got my blood pressure rising. I got a kid on the way. It's not good. Stop it. The notorious RGB. Stop it. All right. Like, can we please, RBG, like, please just stop it. My goodness. I'm going to see if I can reshare it on my on the Raised Fist Twitter. Someone did a really dope breakdown about how they tried to sanitize her and make her more hip with the notorious moniker. Please just stop it, especially when it's people who ain't down for us. Can y'all not take our culture, our lingo, and apply it on them to try and make them hip? Like, come on, please. Can you superimpose her over Betty White's face? Everybody likes Betty White. Like, can we get a Golden Girls reference? Can y'all just stop, please? Like, serious. I'm sorry. I had to rant for a second. Just stop.
Yep.
Stop.
No. Yep. Totally understandable, man. She was hostile, like we talked about, to essentially the Black Lives Matter movement, to the protest from Colin Kaepernick, and that's inexcusable to take such a hostile stance against that. And so to then take her and pretend as though she was some sort of, bastion for Black people and this, like, are some sort of, beacon for us or something like that. It's like, no, just don't do it. Don't do it. And don't try to, like, literally whitewash this, her legacy.
I got one for you. I'll let y'all get this one for free, liberals. All right, since y'all want to give her rap swag so bad, I got a rap name for her. 2 Chainz? How about 2 Clerks? Because that's how many Black clerks she had her whole damn time. We'll call her 2 Clerks. Her name's 2 Clerks. Yeah. She got 2 clerks. She's 2 clerked. All right, like, nah, cut that out. Yeah, cut that out. I don't take the jokes for just jokes. It's really, really deeply infuriating as a Black man to see that. It's just a backhand slap in the face. Oh boy.
Yeah. Tammy, I don't know if you can see the comment from Tammy there, but I don't know where this is quoted from, or if from Twitter. Okay, so Tammy quoting from Twitter, and it just says, Ruth getting baptized by Malcolm X wearing a notorious RBG t-shirt while Chadwick Boseman and Tupac watch on.
Oh my gosh.
Ew, and I almost accidentally did the Wakanda symbol there by accident. It's like gross. It's so gross.
This is a little spicy right here, when they mention this. Part of her ruling in favor of Roe v. Wade was some communities need population control.
What?
And she came out and tried to clarify it, but I don't know if there's any way to really clarify an advocation for eugenics.
I just the words population control, is like.
I think the explanation they tried to give was that there was a project, overpopulation project, world overpopulation, something that was going on at that time, and she was like, oh, this is really popular in the conversation right now, so that's why I said that and referenced it, because that was what was going on at the time. So that's what that was about in the context. And I'm just like, I don't buy that. That sounds what is it, eco-fascist? Is that the super, it's overpopulation, better get to the eugenicking, like.
Yeah, that's really gross. That is, man, talk about, that's just like coded language right there. That's just like dog whistle type language to me when you're talking about populations, some population need population control. Like, wow, that is some communities need population control. That's gross. Yeah.
Can you bring that most recent comment up, Tammy?
Tammy says, same with Margaret Sanger, who founded Planned Parenthood. What's the deal with that? Oh, she goes on to say she had a particular hatred towards Aboriginal people. She's not even Aussie, but I know people have critiqued her for her stance against minorities in the U.S. too, with population control.
Absolutely. This has been one of the most infuriating things. The most, like, as a person of color, one of the most like conflictingly pissing me off things is that people lean on that when they try to talk about the conversations about defunding Planned Parenthood. They always say, oh, well, have you ever noticed that most Planned Parenthoods are right next to black neighborhoods? You guys say Black Lives Matter, but if they really mattered, you shut down Planned Parenthood and stop letting them murder millions and millions of black babies. And oh, come on. Like, yes, I understand that she had some terrible, racist, eugenic-y ass ideas when the person who made Planned Parenthood. But that does not discount the amount of awesome, good work that they do for all communities. So, like, stop leading on that. But also, more to her point, rather than chastise Planned Parenthood, maybe we should chastise white feminism. And that special type of feminism that ignores all of these other races and genders, and it's like, I don't get it. And that's an example of what she was, and it's an example of what Ruth was, and why I am so not surprised at the people falling all over themselves over it, while completely missing the damage done to indigenous communities and the hateful comments made ambivalent to hateful comment made to the African American community. And I'm just tired. I am tired. If your brand of feminism isn't for all races and all body types, then it's not real. Period.
Yeah. You get. I'm. Just like these are. I'm learning as I go about these different figures and stuff, because some of these folks I hadn't heard of, and I'm not as tapped into like the feminist community as other folks that I know. And so I try to just like not like, you're much more involved in those communities than I am, and so I have to defer to you on these sorts of things. And so
being in those communities
and on
is really
obviously feminist.
Being in those communities is really hazardous to my health right now, my mental health, because they're the absolute just falling apart. The we're doomed. No, the fight is over. Like, a whole bunch of marginalized people haven't been out there fighting long before and will be fighting long after this woman is in the ground. It's just like, it's so frustrating. And then on top of that, this, and it's that brand of feminism that it upsets me every time, because they said this, they say they fear about reproductive rights and abortion rights, while we have people in ICE concentration camps being sterilized, and you fear about reproductive rights going forward because our RBG's dead. Like, this hasn't been going on up until now.
Yeah, already,
It tells me
all that out.
It tells me whose womb you're worried about.
So it's such a limited worldview, really, and it just misses the point. And I think that it is going to, and I hate that defeatist sort of attitude. And that's what that can lead to when you think that when you lionize certain people and think that they are the entire, that you credit people too much with some of these gains that we've made. And so ignoring all the work of the activists and the people on the ground that are doing the real work to push these things forward, to the point that they can even make it to a Supreme Court.
Someone said that women, it was, in so many words, it was basically like the momentum of women in politics. It took a big defeat and died that day. And there's this huge hole that will never be filled, while we have people like Angela Davis and Assata Shakur still alive right now. And you mean to tell me that gap is there while ignoring a whole bunch of other activists who've been doing this work just as long?
Yeah.
It sounds to me like only certain type of activists or people who are fighting the fights are on your radar. And you maybe need to expand your horizons a little bit more if that was the whole of your understanding of what activism looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So while I have you here, something that I've only been able to sort of talk about like on the periphery that I wanted to talk about is this the recent stories that have been coming out. I can't even say story anymore because it's like it seems like it's one after the other at this point, but we have instance after instance now. I mean, it started originally, the Rachel Dolezal, of course, and then you had Jessica Crew,
the originator,
and
the
now,
OG.
And now, I mean, it seems like you honestly, find a new instance of this every day. It seems like I see you posting about another instance of this happening, and where we have oftentimes it's happening in academia. It appears. I mean, it happened with Elizabeth Warren as well. I think is somebody else that we can point to of this idea of what's called blackfishing. Of course, not all these instances are specifically tied to Black people. In the case of Beth McLaughlin and Elizabeth Warren, it happened there. They were, essentially taking credit for being indigenous, having indigenous, ancestry, and so, can you, do you want to elaborate on these situations and talk about how you feel about, and for folks that don't know, these are, the idea of blackfishing is these folks that have been portraying themselves as, and maybe you can break that down. What is blackfishing?
Yeah, so there's a distinction. Blackface, most people are aware of what blackface is. Blackfishing is usually done more so, it used to be more so digitally, but it was taking on a level of like racial ambiguity or leaving some room to allow people to think that you're Black. Academia is calling it out now, but it's happened for a very long time. You look at someone like Ariana Grande, she has been doing it for God knows how long. If you go back and look at pictures of her when she was on Disney, she is a whole ass white woman. And if you look pictures at her now, people think she's Hispanic or mixed or biracial. She is absolutely not. She's not even, she's barely even spicy white. She is a white woman. And you would not know that by looking at pictures of her. And it's from to the persona, the swag, the style of music. And she's just one of the more like prominent cases. You look at the Kardashians. Those are not women of color in the sense that we would think. They're not. They're not. And the thing is that it was shitty. It was harmful and dangerous when it was happening in entertainment spaces like the Kardashians. They're ripping off Black women. They're keeping them down, keeping them out of spaces. It's harmful, but it is an extra level of insidious when you look at it happening in these places of academia and in the social justice spaces right now. Because at the end of the day, when Ariana Grande gets exposed, that's her career that goes the hell down. But when you're an activist and you're leading movements and you get exposed like this, it undoes so much work. The people who caped for you, the people who stood by you and advocated for you. And it continues to happen. We have people who are Italian saying they're Black or that they had a Black father or mother, and a lot of the times it gets into like these even more disgusting stereotypes. There's a certain person who does it who I don't want to get you in any legal action, so I won't mention his name because he has a certain affinity for suing certain people whenever they like to call him out. But one of the more famous instances, someone tried to say, "Oh, my white mother, the white dude on isn't really my dad. It was allegedly a Black man. My mom cheated on my dad with a Black man, and he never wanted anything to do with her." So you use the absentee, ain't nothing cheating Black man, leaving the house father as your reason to why you're a Black man? Come on, man. And a lot of the times you see this.
Exactly.
We know. I know you know who it is. I'm not willing to risk any type of action against your channel by saying his name. But
yeah.
especially because he likes to go after black people. White supremacists call that man out all day. He ain't suing them, one of them. But black women called him out, and his lawyers are at their door every day. So I'm not willing to take that risk. Hopefully y'all will read in between the lines and know who I'm talking about, because I feel his reckoning, and this is all leading up to him being exposed, but I'll leave that for another day. But it's just like, and I had a friend, excuse me, a white woman on Facebook who had pointed out, you know, that she honestly in her heart feels like a lot of this comes from, you know, she said, I have my own personal feelings, my moments where I'm disgusted with my whiteness because of the things that we've done in this country to marginalize people. And it's really hard for me to sit with that. So I can understand the appeal, but you end up doing way more harm. You end up being as viciously harmful as these people that you try to distance yourself away from when you do things like this. So maybe it's like some weird mix of like being ashamed because they've realized of the injustices and the atrocities caused, and that's why they want to pick up my skin color and cosplay as it. Maybe it's the other thing that I saw someone pose was that because it does seem to be mostly white women who are doing this right now, that they feel like they're losing with the world going in a place of like social justice, and them not being the experts or leaders on this, they feel like they're losing some place of social standing or ability to be involved. So in order to recenter themselves, they're doing this. I really, it's baffling, you know. I don't want to say it's just a mental disorder, because I feel like when you some people blame things like, yes, I'm sure there are mental health aspects to it, but a lot of people will scapegoat mental health issues to not hold people accountable for the very, very damaging things they do. But I don't know. I really
mental health
know.
can be an explanation, but it shouldn't be an excuse. Is how I've heard best phrased. And yeah, it can be an explanation, but not an excuse. And so it definitely doesn't excuse the behavior here. And there's something else that, you know, it has to have attention called to it. And you actually sent me along an article that was published in Jacobin magazine. I forget the title of the article, but essentially what it was calling attention to the fact that what's really sort of pervasive about this and systemically, you know, at issue here is that it's not just the issue of like the Jessica Cruz of the world and the, you know, I think the latest one there was CV Vitolo Haddad but CV Vitolo is what I think her real name is. And this was an Italian woman who was you know, claiming some black, I think Ethiopian heritage, and the systemic problem that lies there is really with the fact that it's not these people that are even as much of the problem as is the demand for these people, the market for these people that exist within academia and entertainment circles and in white liberal circles. There is a demand for this sort of black caricature and what they perceive as blackness, and in them caricaturing, you know, it's their actual caricatures that are so insidious. You know, it's Jessica Cruz feeling like she has to portray herself as the loud, angry black woman, you know.
When I listen to her talk, it pisses me off so damn much, because it is that like you said, it is that stereotype, is that neck head popping, snapping stereotype that she's fashioned herself on, and then inserted herself as a leader of a social justice movement. And you don't even understand the first thing about blackness to the point where you can only replicate a fake. You can only replicate something that you've picked up through your periphery. You don't. It's so not genuine. It's so infuriating. And I know that we've had different views and kind of debated back and forward different degrees of this. And I do hope we do, excuse me, a segment later on about cultural appropriation. But when people downplay cultural appropriation, I can't help but feel like this is the natural end result of it. This is what happens when you allow a culture to be taken and used for profit and make it profitable, and anyone else can pick it up and take it along the way and make money and get status off it. Then the only natural end, is why stop at taking Black women's fashion and not crediting them and making money off it, when you could just cut out the middleman and say you a whole Black woman.
It's like the commodification of culture.
It is. We've desensitized it so much because it's just, it's harmless. It's cultural exchange. It's because I'm a big fan of it. That's why I'm taking it on. But when you don't understand the history, when you don't actively respect the culture, when you aren't educated on the culture, this is what freaking happens. It is a bigger jump, but like I said, it's the smaller things are what normalizes it step after step after step. And it's not just that, it's that intersection of colorism, because it's not wanting, like, it's that appeal that, like, we colorism is pervasive everywhere. It's why when you see movies and movies based on books or other works where it used to be a dark-skinned Black woman, 88% of the time it's a light-skinned Black woman or a racially ambiguous Black person that are taken for these roles. And you see that echoed in these spaces where it's like, why not have a, like, loud, proud, dark-skinned Black woman? Because this light-skinned woman might be a little bit more appealing to the masses, so we'll put her out front. It's that day that you realize what happened with Rosa Parks and why she was the face of the movement versus who that actually happened to, whose name escapes me at this moment, because she was more marketable, because she was lighter. I don't even know about this part of the history. Yeah, that's And that has been ingrained so long, and that's where it gets really easy, for you to just say, well, we do need a Black woman, and look at this one here. And then to piggyback around to what we had said privately off camera, but speaking on the Elizabeth Warren situation, that then keeps someone actually from that community out of that role because they've now fit their quota with a fake.
Yep, absolutely. That can't be understated, is that's what these folks are doing when they're taking up space that, Elizabeth Warren, she gives cover to a Harvard, and she takes up the space of an actual indigenous person, an indigenous woman that could have held that space, that would have actually represented the issues, having come from that culture and live that cultural experience. And so you take up that space, and then you give cover to a Harvard so that they don't have to go out there and do the work to actually fill that space with a person of that identity. So absolutely, it cannot be understated the importance of these people taking up the space that they take and blocking actual Black women or indigenous women of color otherwise being able to occupy that space.
How many Black activists didn't get heard so that Krug could take a time slot? How many people know Krug instead of someone like a Didi Delgado? Someone you should be following if you want an unapologetic Black woman who's really about this life, who's really about justice, someone who's really trying to fight the fight, not someone who's faking the funk. Absolutely. Can we bring that comment up just to elaborate more on the Rosa Parks? Because we got the actual name coming in, and I am very, very much sorry that I missed that one.
Tammy says 15-year-old Claudette Colvin, a student from a Black high school in Montgomery, had refused to move from her bus seat 9 months earlier. Later, so this is a quote. Later, I had a child born out of wedlock. I became pregnant when I was 16, Colvin says, and I didn't fit the image either of, someone they would want to show off. Holy shit. What? 9 months later, Rosa Parks did the exact same thing as Colvin. She was 42 years old, a professional and an officer in the NAACP. she was also real fair skin and purdy like to people, you know, except that Eurocentric white beauty standards. Parks was the symbol that civil rights leaders were looking for. Whoa. I'm learning Black history in front of your eyes right now, folks. Like I did not know this, had never heard about this. This is what a proper whitewashing of history does right there, where we literally can, you know, just be missing. And this is colorism in effect right here. And it cannot be that. This also another thing that cannot be understated is colorism. I see it, you know, I lived in Jamaica where it's, you know, predominantly Black people. 99% of the people that live in Jamaica are Black. And but they have songs that they sing about, you know, brownings.
Skin. There's bleaching has become such a thing in the islands because of it. You know, colorism is it's insidious. It's terrible. You know, it's why as much as I love her to death, I am sick of seeing Rashida Jones and Zendaya cast in everything. And she came out and said like, hey, I love all the opportunities, but can y'all start offering some of these roles to dark-skinned Black women, especially roles that they should be in, and stop trying to cast me or fan cast me in everything. Damn, and it's like if you had it like I forgot who it was. I think it was no, it wasn't. I can't remember her name off the top of my head right now. I think it was the one who played Gamora in Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm blanking on her name, but they had her play Nina Simone, and she was a very much bit lighter than her. And it's just, you see it across the board. And again, it's like this, and that is why, and hopefully I'll do a video on this later on Race Fist Media, our entertainment and our pop culture is used in ways that very much change the way that we view things and the way we think of things and who our icons are and the people we look up to the point where we don't identify a lot of our activists and our leaders and the people who really pushed our communities forward as the dark-skinned Black women and Black trans women that they were.
Yeah, absolutely. Those people get erased. I mean, that's a complete erasure of Claudette Colvin. Like, I had no idea who she was until, you know, literally 2 minutes ago. Like, that's a proper, you know, whitewashing of history and literal sense of it. And like
Zoe Saldana was the actress who played Gamora. Thank you for that, Tammy. Made her put on darker foundation and nose prosthetics for a wider nose. You know what would have been much easier? Cast a dark-skinned Black woman.
Yeah, exactly. Like you know, solve yourself a problem right there, and fucking like, and just I don't, and you know, there are plenty of dark-skinned Black women that could have, you know, handled that role and then some. You know, I just think of what's the woman from How to Get Away with Murder or whatever that thing was.
Oh my God!
Why am I spacing on this? She's so good. She's it's right here. It's like right here, right now.
Oh my
it's
God!
Like,
she's
Viola Davis.
Viola
Thank you,
Davis.
Tammy.
Yes,
Look at
yep.
Tammy dropping knowledge out here. So Viola Davis is like, she could have did the hell out of that. You know, she could have did the hell out of that.
How did we land on Halle Berry as Storm, like an African queen? Halle Berry. I love Halle Berry, but she don't scream Africa when Angela Bassett was on and popping that whole damn time.
Yeah, that's wild. No, it's and you know, I'll listen, people, like colorism, we are all like, you know, susceptible to that shit. Like I have perpetrated against, you know, darker skinned people. I have thought these sort of thoughts, and I have had that ingrained into me. So it's something that I have to check in myself constantly and reconcile, like, you know, reconcile with it, to be like, you know, the women I've chose to date, you know, the people that I find attractive, you know, what is it about folks, and you know, that's something that I got to deal with constantly and check myself on, because it's so pervasive in our culture, in our society, is this idea of like, holding to a Eurocentric beauty standard, and people with straighter hair and, smaller noses, and, just things like that are considered more attractive. And it gets really like bashed into your head until you start to reflexively think that way. Tammy says Angela Bassett or Bassett, which we could talk about the just the changing of one's name in order to whitewash one name. But Angela Bassett would have looked so good as Storm, Tammy says. Yeah, I agree there. And even Storm, Storm, to make her look more attractive, they're like, she's got to have the white hair, and like, these, it's like, or, it's like considered more attractive that she does have the white hair. Let me say it that way. Not that she has to have it, but that
I think that's actually due to her mutation and something linked to just,
but I'm saying that
but yes,
that's the excuse that they use so that they can then give the white eyes, like they give the like she does, they take, like, if we look throughout things, you won't find a lot of black women, dark-skinned women with brown eyes, kinky hair. Like, that's why I really love massive shout out to Kipo. If y'all have not watched Kipo, Kwame, you need to watch Kipo so we can talk about Kipo, because Kipo it's the best. I'm about to watch Kipo. Actually, when this stream ends, I'm gonna put on Kipo and I'm gonna watch it again because it's so damn good. And it's like,
hold on. I know this man's who has not checked out Lovecraft Country yet. Did not just really say he was gonna bypass one of the most important shows on air right now to rewatch something. I'm gonna fight you. I'm hijacking his recommendation to tell y'all, before you go watch that, go sign up for a 7-day trial. Actually, you should probably wait to the end of the season so you could binge watch it during your free trial. If you can't afford to.
That's the boat I am on, because I certainly cannot afford to, my broke ass. So I definitely will be taking that strategy right there, because I will not be.
Go watch Lovecraft Country.
Yeah,
it is amazing. It is everything.
I really will.
I'm gonna see if I can find a way to get it to you faster, because I kind of want you involved on some discussions. Not to shameless plug, but I do have hopefully some really good discussions coming up for Lovecraft Country coming up soon. Especially based on the racism in medicine conversation that came up, that like I said was brought up on Lovecraft Country. Just like how Watchmen sadly was a lot of people's first introduction to concepts of like the Tulsa bombing. Lovecraft Country's first episode is called Sundown Town, if I remember correctly, or Sundown. So you can guess what that's about. And if you don't know about sundown towns, please go educate yourself on that. It's frightening, terrible. It'll ruin your night, probably send you in depression. I promise you it's important to know, though, because they still bump what they say. They still exist today. And that's just another thing. It weaves so much of it in. Watch it. Let me know when y'all watched it, and then we'll have some fun discussions about it coming up soon.
Because that'll be on Race Fist Media for everyone. Like we will have those discussions. And Kwame's got some hoping to bring on some guests soon to have these discussions out as well. Just to get some different voices into the conversation. Maybe I can join him for some of those episodes, and we'll do some crossover work there as well. But we will hopefully once I get through it as well, we'll chat about it some. So check it out, watch, and then join us for some discussion on that. But I'm telling you, Kwame, you and everybody watching this right now needs to watch Kipo and the Wonder Beast on where is it? It's on Netflix right now, I think.
Yeah,
I think
it's on Netflix, I believe.
It's like if you have kids, you watch it with your kids. Even if you don't have kids, it doesn't matter. I don't watch it. It's amazing. It's just I don't want to give any spoilers. Just great story centering black and brown folks and young folks, and it's And it's hilarious, Tammy says, and I agree. And it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious and just fun to watch, and has some amazing fight scenes, and just like, it's just badass. And you know, got the two main characters are two young Black girls in this young Black boy, and it's just, the character development and where the story takes you is amazing. Check it out, and we'll hopefully, once Kwame catches up on that and I catch up on some Lovecraft Country, we'll have those discussions over on Race Fist Media,
Yes.
as well as many more, and we'll be really expanding that channel starting soon. So now that Kwame's in his new space, we're going to definitely be increasing activity on that channel, so definitely check it out. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like button right now. Subscribe to this channel, and share this out far and wide, so that we can continue to grow the channel. Thank you to everyone who participated in the chat today. Try to drop us some tips. We really deeply appreciate that. I'm so sorry that wasn't working. Very sorry that wasn't working, and we will look into that and hopefully have that up and running by next time. I think the issue was on Coffee, not on us in any way. So, you know, unfortunately, that's just one of the unfortunate things that we're going to have to deal with until we can get monetized. In order to help us get monetized, all you have to do is go and watch all of our videos. If you want to help us get monetized, just go watch all of our videos. And if everybody watching this, decides to watch all the rest of our videos for the next week, just start watching them. We will get to those watch hours by the end of next week, and we will be able to apply for monetization. So we'll be very excited when we cross that bridge. We were 250 hours away last time we checked, and we're getting closer every minute that we're here on the stream and watching. We get a minute closer. So thank you to everyone for participating. I'm going to have Kwame back on the show again soon. We're going to discuss, there was a recent Jacobin Talk piece on, it's called Social Justice Industry Isn't Helping Oppressed People. And we're going to have a discussion about this idea of like diversity trainings in the workplace, and tying that to the, semi-recent news about Robin DiAngelo, white fragility, and that whole, fiasco that occurred. So we're hoping to have a guest on for that as well. Won't announce them in advance just in case they're not able to make it, but hopefully a friend of ours on the left will join us to have that discussion. They've had some hot takes on it, and so hopefully we'll be able to have them on in order to discuss. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Kwame. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'll just do a quick shameless plug before I get out of here, because the wife is pregnant and she is waiting on me for Lovecraft Country, which started 2 minutes ago, but luckily it's not live. Thanks for having me. Please come check me out on Raised Fist Media. I will definitely be back on. Again, look for some really good content coming up centered around Lovecraft Country. I hope to watch, I did a short video on the new Netflix movie that has been causing some controversy, Cuties, that hopefully y'all have checked out, and if not, we'll check out over on Race Fist Media. I do hope to watch that very, very soon, and maybe do a discussion, breakdown, review of that one. I feel like it would be only fitting, since I was standing up for that movie before I got to see it, and I definitely want to do something on that, and then I'm hoping to check out Kipo and the Wonder Beast, and maybe we can do, if y'all are interested and y'all decide to tune in based on the strength of Kamali's recommendation, maybe we could do a watch along, or if not, like you guys can get a little bit of community involvement. I can steal a couple of y'all, borrow a couple of you over onto the Raise Fist Media channel. We can party over there with that. But yeah, I very much, as someone said, it feels so good to be back, and I am very happy to be back, and I look forward to seeing a whole lot more of y'all. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, please go support Kwame. Check out his, the channel. Check out Race Fist Media. Please support. We definitely appreciate that. So, and we need solidarity. Support independent media here. Independent Black media, independent left media. We really need solidarity, and so please do that. Make that happen. Check it out. Subscribe to Race Fist Media. Head over there and support there. Follow on Twitter at Race Fist Media. Or twitter.com/raisefistmedia, and please just find us and support the channel over there. And if you can support on Patreon, as low as $1 a month, support the show. Patreon.com/raisedfistmedia. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to Kwame for joining us tonight. We will have Kwame on again. Kwame will be a frequent guest, and so always appreciate his insight on these topics. Thank you so much for being here, Kwame. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, guys. And hashtag race2250.
All right. Yes.
Amount of viewing hours. If you missed that one, go watch. Watch.
Yes, please make it happen. All right. Shout out. All right. Thanks, Kwame. Thanks for joining us. All right. That was Kwame Norville, everyone. Shout out to Kwame for making that happen. We will have him on as a guest again soon, as I said, and I look forward to that. So looking forward to that discussion happening sometime later in the week. It's planned for. We're going to also have What Up America coming on the show, hopefully tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on when we can get that scheduled for, to discuss the wildfires on the West Coast, and also just hear from them on some, on the ground sort of reporting there from, they're living over there through it. And so that's one of our Patreon community. So it will be really exciting to have another Patreon supporter on the show. So really looking forward to that conversation with What Up America. And so we'll get that scheduled, get that figured out and coordinated. Thank you so much to everyone for being here with us tonight. I really appreciate that. And I cannot wait to be back here with you again. Please help us hit our monetization threshold by just watching our videos. Just check out our content. Please check out what you can, and support the show that way. Thank you so much for all your help and all your support. And looking forward to seeing you again soon. Peace.